Welcome. I'm Kinetic Symphony. I hunt down and report on weird and true mysterious stories, from glitches to the paranormal. This is my channel's monthly compendium for the month of October 2022, the spookiest of months. Let's get to it.
Case file number 768, written by the Ethereal Pup. My husband and I live in a small, work-in-progress cabin in the woods on an acreage in Atlantic Canada with 2 parrots, a rabbit, a senior citizen cat, and 2 absolutely rambunctious dogs. My husband just can't say no to something fluffy that is in need of a home. Cleaning up after this zoo is quite the daily effort. As I was going about my chores today, I decided to toss the dogs outside for a while so I could suck up the previous day's layer of dog fluff without them declaring war on our vacuum machine, as their hatred for the vacuum is quite passionate. Once the dogs were outside and merrily jumping around in the mud puddles, I got to work on the floors. I did a really thorough vacuum job today, even getting on my hands and knees to suck up the fluffies that were nesting underneath the tables and furniture. After I wrapped up the chores, I went to retrieve the dogs. The dog run is accessible by a doggy door that is off of a room that is completely separate from the room I was cleaning. As I already mentioned, the cabin is a work in progress and entirely unfinished, and the room with the doggy door is the newest room to be added onto the build and is even more unfinished than the rest. I entered this room and shut and latched the door behind me, as I knew that the soggy dog stampede was going to be fierce. I planned on letting the pooches dry off in that separate room while I went to town to run a couple errands. I opened the doggy door and the 2 canines bounded into the room and began to shake and pounce and play off with all their doggy enthusiasm. They were soaked and muddy and seemingly more than content to hang out in this room, so I undid the latch on the door that led to the main room and carefully opened a crack just enough to squeeze my body through so that the dogs could not follow after me. I closed the door behind me and latched it shut, picked up the water bowl and reached for some toys so that I could toss them into the side room to keep the dogs entertained while I was gone. As soon as I entered the main room and looked down, however, I absolutely froze. There were fresh, muddy paw prints on the floor that I had just cleaned. I could still hear the dogs bouncing around on the other side of the door in the room I had just locked them into. They did not follow me. And yet, here I was looking at fresh, muddy paw prints that were not here a moment ago. I just cleaned everything. Perhaps there was mud on the bottom of my flip-flops, and I had made the prints myself? I lifted my feet one at a time, and the bottoms of my flip-flops were totally clear. The prints were not from me. Then I lifted my gaze and was horrified to see that the paw prints continued all down the length of the room from the kitchen to the front door of the cabin, where they stopped suddenly, as though a muddy dog had taken a single run through the length of the room and then completely vanished. The prints only went in one direction. There were no smudges of mud or backwards prints to indicate a muddy dog changing direction in any way, just a straight line of fresh, wet, muddy prints, and then nothing. They weren't there just moments before. My dogs had not entered the room and were still locked up in another room. There were no other creatures in this room and no possible entrances for rogue invaders. I have no explanation. I don't understand. I feel like I'm either losing my mind entirely or else in an alternate timeline. One of the dogs slips past me into the clean room and then runs down the floor, and somehow the timelines bled together for a moment, just long enough for alternate dimension dog to leave the muddy paw prints and then vanish back into his own timeline.
Case notes for file 768, the Ethereal Pup. Indeed, this is a weird one. All evidence points to the notion that your dog, one of them, phased through the wall. One key detail that you do mention is that there's no returning paw prints, which means that even if your dog phased through, one of them did, they just vanished. They didn't even return back and phase through again to the room where you left them in. So, that's weird. They phased through the door, walked a few steps, then vanished and teleported back into the room? I got nothing. Maybe it is as you say. Somehow you partially glitch, or your room partially glitched into a different timeline. And in that timeline, the dogs were just roaming free in the main room, and they left paw prints. and then your reality fades back in. I have heard of people witnessing a different universe, but all the time when that happens, it's only perception. It's them being there, not the universe being in their universe. In this case, because the paw prints remained, presumably, you weren't just witnessing the other universe, it was actually there. If that's what happened. Outside of that, I don't know. Because, yeah, there's plenty of stories of pets phasing through material, through solid objects, but they don't just vanish after. That part doesn't make sense to me.
Case file number 769, written by Morsoto99, Mr. Buehler's Final Steps. When I was a kid, I lived in a really tall house. There was a central set of stairs that went 4 stories high that the house was built around. My parents' room was on the 4th floor, while I lived on the 3rd floor right next to the stairs. My childhood dog, this mutt named Buehler, would climb up the stairs most nights to go sleep with my parents, while occasionally sleeping with one of my siblings on the floor below me. Anytime Buehler was walking around the house, you could hear the clacks of his paws on the wooden planks. He would never head up at a consistent time either, going from as early as 8 to as late as midnight. Fast forward, it's July 2014. I'm 17 and Buehler has just passed. The house felt really empty for a while. We had gotten so accustomed to his clacks that it was just odd not hearing them. But they kept on coming. For about 2 weeks after his death, I, along with my parents, heard Buehler climb the stairs every night. The sound was unmistakable. I had heard this noise for years on end. It was the same pattern, the same rhythm as Buehler in life, except there was no Buehler anymore. There was no weather pattern going on. The house wasn't especially creaky, and we didn't have any other pets than him. It was never at the same time every night either. When it became late July, we stopped hearing Buehler's clacks. I asked my parents if they had heard the noises, and they agreed. It had to be Buehler coming up the stairs. I will say I never went to see what it was, just because I knew definitely what it was. It was Buehler going to sleep with my parents.
Case notes for file 769, Mr. Buehler's Final Steps. I am sorry for your loss. Losing a pet is obviously not quite as horrible as losing a very close family member, but still, it stays with you for months, if not years. Recently, my roommate lost one of his cats. She was very old, and she seemingly just died. She was roaming outside and found her later on in the yard, and, it's very painful. It really is. I was the one that found her, so I told them, and, it's never news you want to bring to someone. There is something that makes a lot of sense to me about this, in that it's repetition of routine. So if spirits are echoes, fragments of the soul of a person or pet that passed away, the idea that they would repeat themselves in the past actions that they normally took, going about and living their day as it used to progress, or maybe specific actions that they would always take every single day. Like for me, I wake up and immediately I take a shower, drink an entire glass of water. Just seems to make sense, healthy. That's a routine. So if I died and passed away and a fragment of my soul was left behind, maybe someone would hear the shower start or something in the morning. Scalding hot, by the way. That's the only way to take a shower. So yeah, that part makes a lot of sense to me. Even if it's a pet, I don't think that makes a difference. I think routine is something that will bind you to the world. I like to think of it as ripples in a pond. We are the stone that fell in the pond. The ripples are our lives, the choices we make, the effect we have on the world. But even when the stone is gone, those ripples keep flowing outward. They do fade over time, and those are the fragments left behind. There's a pattern to them, and it keeps repeating, until eventually it finally fades out forever. But it's just the wave, returning to the ocean.
Case file number 770, written by Der System Failed, a subway that deleted time. I'm an EMT, so every second counts. Thanks to those who came before me, we are guaranteed a 30 minutes paid lunch break with 10 minutes to pick it up. My start time for the pickup window was 8:23 p.m., 2023 military time, and I went to Subway while my medic had a lunchbox. I ran in and ordered my sandwich, turkey club with light mayo, spinach, and banana peppers. I had it toasted and paid. I ran out expecting to only have maybe 1 or 2 minutes remaining until my lunch started, but was surprised to find it was still 8:23 p.m. I asked my medic and she said I was only gone maybe 30 seconds and she thought it was a pickup. I told her it wasn't and I was gone for a few minutes at least. She just thought I was messing with her. I'm eating my sandwich now just wondering how it was made in less than a minute, including paying.
Case notes for file 770. A subway that deleted time. This does seem like a time glitch. As rare as they are, especially when there's no clear possible way that it could be aliens involved. I mean, even then often it's not even time loss, it's just memory warping. Sometimes there is time loss involved with alien abductions, especially traveling distances you shouldn't be able to. But in regard to this, there's no aliens. It's definitely just some weird time glitch involving Subway, because I know, I go to Subway all the time. Usually these days I just order it online and it's ready to go when I get there. However, in the past, I mean, when I would just go in and order, it would take at least, even if no one was there and I could place my order immediately, I would, especially if I get it toasted, I mean, just that alone is 30 seconds, 30 seconds, not to mention the building of the Subway, telling them what you want, getting to checkout, them folding the sub in and wrapping it up, the checkout, paying. There's absolutely no way it could take less than less than 2 minutes, I would say. Would be the fastest. That'd be like a world record. Get the Guinness people over. So yeah, this is definitely a very small but very inexplicable time glitch. It's also peculiar because a lot of weird things seem to happen at Subway. One time I did have the strangest, most intense sensation of dread I've ever felt. Just walked into the Subway, felt like I just had to get out. I don't know why. I don't think anything happened there. I didn't really check, but there's no news like mass murder happened at the Subway or something. But yeah, I just went in, felt dread, had to leave. Maybe it was just a panic attack. I don't think I get those, but I guess that's possible. So I don't think it's really a glitch. I don't think it's related to Subway. It's just one of those odd coincidences. Perhaps because I'm always going there. Hi there. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so on Patreon or just join the channel here. I have special horror stories that I narrate for members. Either way, I greatly appreciate it. Now on to the next story.
Case file number 771, written by Volses, the beautiful voice of sorrow. A little after 7 a.m., we woke up to what sounded like an old song, maybe from the 50s. Johnny Cash voice, but even lower. And the skies are gray. Repeated 3 times with some bird chirping, then stopped by itself. Only 2 speakers in the apartment. The one connected to the PC doesn't have Bluetooth and the computer was locked and nothing was open on it. When I played it, it was muted. Soundbar for the TV, but the TV is turned off. We are completely baffled and don't understand what just happened. It was also much louder than any of our speakers could have been. It's hard to recall what the sound was exactly as we were deep asleep. Happened about 30 minutes ago. We have no explanation and we also can't find the song. The song sounded like a sample was glitching and replaying. We live in a new high-rise that is perfectly sound insulated. Sound had to come from inside. When I say a song, don't think of it as an actual song. It sounded like something manufactured for a horror game as to be as creepy as possible. No one would listen to a song like this for pleasure. It's a song built to make you feel uneasy. It's not something you'd find on Spotify. It sounded like something I've never heard before. It almost sounded unreal. Even though there was crackling, it was like it was put there on purpose. And the quality of the sound was nothing I've ever heard before. It was better than any sound quality I've ever heard. It sounded more analog than digital. It's very hard to explain. It just sounded so real. Very depressing song about waking up to dark skies. Voice of the narrator in super hot VR. Delightful birds chirping and also crackling. Lasted about 10 to 15 seconds. It was about as loud as a smoke alarm when it went off. The song was very loud and felt like it was coming from the environment. Perfect surround sound like wearing a VR headset, but much, much louder. We have a soundbar in front of the TV that is Bluetooth enabled. I have the Logitech gaming set of speakers which are not Bluetooth or wireless enabled, and also no antenna. Note that neither the TV or computer could have played these sounds. Computer speakers were on mute when I tried to play something. Soundbar was off. There is a ceiling speaker that I think belongs to the smoke alarm.
Case notes for file 771, The Beautiful Voice of Sorrow. So part of this could be explained by some sort of tech glitch, maybe an amplification from the construction of the building. There's signals that are being picked up through the steel reinforcement, and maybe the wiring of the building is very odd, so just being plugged into the wall, there can be data transmitted. However, if it was just some song being picked up by someone else playing it, you'd expect this to be occurring very often. However, by your description, your writing, it seems like this only happened once, so that seems less likely. Also, why was the song itself glitching out? Was it part of some game? Could be, maybe. But were the idea of this being some convoluted extreme circumstance of just your speakers picking up sound from somewhere else? I'm lost because you say the sound quality was so supreme, like you've never heard before. The sound quality would be dependent on the signal, but also, of course, the speakers that you have. Even the best quality audio, if played on crappy speakers, wouldn't be very good. And by your description, it doesn't sound like your speakers are some advanced system. So they'd be as good as the speakers could be. And it doesn't seem like your speakers could produce quality audio like you described. So that's another aspect to this where, yeah, maybe it is just explained away by some tech glitch, signals being transmitted to the speakers. But even if that is the case, there's too many holes in it, especially just the idea that it should happen pretty frequently. This would definitely happen again, and you should be able to go to your speakers and physically hear it. Like just positioning your body, tilting your head so only one side is picking it up, you can detect where the source of the audio is coming from because of our brain's ability to detect where the sound wave is coming, if it's one ear or the other first. That's how we can directionally locate audio. Pretty cool, I'd say. So just listen out, see if you can determine where it's coming from if it happens again.
Creepy file number 49, written by Female Disorder, A Threat in the Dark. This happened about 10 years ago, but it still creeps me out when I think about it. At the time I was 18 female, living in a more crime-prone area of downtown Savannah, Georgia, with my older sister, then 20 female. We lived together in a super old decrepit house and both worked at a nearby club. Not that it's super relevant, but we were both dancers at the time, so our work hours were odd, 7 p.m. to 2 a.m., later or earlier depending on the night. Her boyfriend, who had been living there, was in jail at the time. I know, we were real winners back then. Generally, we would both work the same shifts. On this particular evening, I was tired and didn't feel like going in. So she went without me. We didn't really have internet or cable, just DVDs and my cell phone, so I would frequently spend my nights on the porch listening to music. It was starting to get late, maybe 10 to 11 p.m., and I noticed a figure in the distance coming up the sidewalk. I didn't think too much of it. A lot of people walk everywhere downtown, and we had a pretty large homeless population. But then I realized he seemingly noticed me and crossed the street to the sidewalk that ran in front of my house. I didn't budge. I wasn't scared of much back then. I had seen a lot of crazy crap, so an unassuming man approaching at night didn't bother me in the slightest. As he got closer, I could see he was a dirty older gentleman, likely homeless. I stared down at my phone. A few seconds later, I looked up and that's when I saw him. A few feet away from me, on my porch, just standing there, staring at me. I got a chill down my spine. I didn't want to threaten the guy and potentially escalate the situation, so instead I just said, "Hey man, what's up?" He immediately started talking faster than my brain could keep up. I assumed the guy was sacked out of his mind on drugs or something. I had no clue what he was saying, but a few words were clear. "Hey baby, hang out. Fine. Stupid girl, kill." I froze. I decided to try and play it cool by asking the guy if he wanted a cigarette. He nodded, and I slowly got up to pass him to get to my front door. I explained to him they were inside, and he would have to leave after I gave him one, as my sister's boyfriend was home and I'd get in trouble for having people over to their house without permission. He seemingly accepted that. I handed him a cigarette and went to close the door. Something told me to hurry, and so I did. I slammed the door shut and locked it. I looked through the people and saw him feeling his pockets like he was looking for something. I could hear him mumbling gibberish and cursing while trying to open my door. I panicked, ran to the back door to let our 3 large dogs in, a Rottweiler and 2 pit bulls. They are sweet, but very loud and scary sounding if you didn't know them. Their barking seemed enough to scare him away. I called my sister over and over until she picked up. I was freaking out, explaining what happened. She told me to lock all the doors and she would be home in a few hours. Hindsight, I wish I had called the police, as I was terrified the rest of the night and every sound startled me even after my sister got home. I never saw the man again, and I stopped sitting outside alone at night. A week later, down the street from us, a young girl, early teens, was dragged into an alley while waiting for the city bus and was assaulted. I still don't know what came of that. They never caught the guy. I called and reported what happened to me. I still wonder if that would have been me had I not gone inside. Shortly after, we moved away and got different jobs.
Case notes for the creepy file number 49, A Thread in the Night. As the tremendously famous and awesome narrator of the Darkest Dungeon video game series said, "Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer." And I think that's a good quote. It's just true. Confidence is good if it's justified by past experience and knowledge. But there's points where you just want to say, okay, this is a dangerous situation. I shouldn't be terrified, but I should, be cautious. If you're sitting out on the porch at night and some random old man that looks homeless approaches you, crosses the street to do so, yeah, maybe just slowly work your way towards the door and lock it, see what happens from there. Be ready to defend yourself, call the police, all that stuff. It does certainly help that you have 3 large, intimidating dogs, even if they're gentle giants. Just the imposition of having that many, even one, it's a good deterrent for would-be criminals, for sure. And in this case, it seems like if someone is hopped up on drugs, they're not even processing danger properly, so having 3 would supplement that, as needed. I would say they're nature's alarm system. There's a reason we bred them to be our companions. Good at hunting and protection. Very useful. We don't deserve dogs. Well, some people don't. I think if you treat them well, it's a mutual system. And I think I hear Mr. Ben crying out for food. Yes, I think I'll give him some.
Case file number 772, written by Agalagos27. The Flashbang of Life. A quick backstory. Weird things have always been acquired in my apartment. I posted a few years ago about something that happened with my partner being in my apartment, going to the restroom and slamming the door angrily, only to have him walk through the front door a few minutes later. You can't escape from the bathroom window. There are bars on it, and neighbors would hear the commotion. Also, having things end up in random spots, like my cell phone on the stove, cabinets wide open, remotes that were next to me a minute ago ending up on the table, etc. Yes, I have a carbon monoxide detector that works, and no, I don't have history of mental illness like schizophrenia, nor does my family. I was recently hospitalized this year from surgery that was supposed to be a safe procedure that people heal quickly from. After the surgery, I went through a traumatic experience, but what made my recovery worse was remembering what happened in my apartment a few years earlier. About 3, almost 4 years ago, I had a day off from school, so I was just relaxing at home watching a movie on Netflix. I went to the bathroom, came back out to the living room, and halfway through, I was pretty much blinded by a bright light, and it stunned me to where I couldn't move at all, just stand still in my tracks. I heard extremely loud yet muffled voices, and I felt like I couldn't breathe, but as if something or someone else was breathing for me because my chest was expanding so much, but I knew I wasn't inhaling or exhaling. Then I heard a loud voice say, "Okay, it's going up." Then I come to and scream out loud, "What the hell?" I had to sit down on the couch and just grasp what happened. It was the middle of the day, so I know I wasn't sleeping, and I know what sleep paralysis feels like. So here we are, years later after my surgery. It's a few hours afterward, and they give me a small meal, broth and jello, to eat. In the middle of eating, I start to feel weird, extremely weak and tingly. And thankfully, there are 2 of my nurses in front of me typing up my notes, and I tell them something is wrong. I lay back a bit, then feel my arms droop, and I hear one of them say, "I'm calling it." They lower my bed, and I'm getting weaker and sleepier. I see more hospital staff running in, and one of them asking me, "What are you looking at?" to me, as I look up at the bright lights above my hospital bed. Then I start feeling my throat close up, and I begin freaking out, gasping for air, and a nurse starts pumping me with air manually. I start to feel less tingly and breathe better on my own, and hear someone say, "Okay, it's going up now." I was told in the ICU that during surgery, they severed an artery and lost almost 7 pints of blood. I'm grateful I didn't die, but I did have a premonition or glitch, etc. of what happened a year later, a few months ago.
Case notes for file 772, the Flashbang of life. So just a side note, having bars on a bathroom window, I'd feel kinda claustrophobic with that. I'm guessing you live in a higher crime area. Also, the whole description of a bright light and hearing muffled noises, it almost sounds like a flashbang. That's why I titled the story this way. Obviously, I don't think it's an actual flashbang. It's like cops busting in, flashbanging you. I don't think that's what happened. I have noted though, along my entire journey of narrating stories, that we're able to share information subconsciously, both between each other, but also with the universe itself. There's some sort of feedback loop going on there. We're just not aware of most of it. Some people are aware more than others. And this all makes sense to me. It's just information. The method of transmission is unclear, but the information is there, so it's not that improbable. There's physical matter in the world, it's just a question of how do you move it around. Well, information is even easier, it's just energy. Energy, mass, it's all the same. But mass is bound by the Higgs boson field, which makes everything have inertia and just difficult to get around. Annoying, but it gives us cool stuff like food, so all accepted. I like to think of them as like filaments of knowledge just floating around in the ether, there for the plucking. Or it's almost like some people have an attraction or a lure that brings in this information, sort of like mosquitoes are drawn to people who excrete more CO2, things of that nature. Some people are just more bound to attract extra information that's beyond the standard stimuli in their surroundings. I wonder what it is about these certain individuals. And of course it always comes back to the main question of, yes, this information is out there, but how are you predicting it in advance? The future predictions are what just blow my mind. And to me, it shouldn't be clearly possible, at least not predicting a certain future. Maybe you just get lucky. It's just this specific future happened to be what you saw. But it could have been in a different universe entirely.
Case file number 773, written by Kingdom Seeker 633, The Very Thin Demon. This happened about a year or two ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. So a little context. My mom, 66, and I, 37 female, I live with her as I'm her caregiver since she is disabled. I'm a woman of faith, so that explains why I deal with this thing the way that I do. That being said, we often use those food service apps like DoorDash or Grubhub when we want to eat out, but don't feel like going out to eat. I think this might have been in the spring when the weather was still nice. Where we live, it gets super hot in the summer. But when the weather is nice, I like to go outside extra early to wait for our food to enjoy the weather while waiting. On this particular day, the weather was low humidity at about 83 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 Celsius for my non-American friends. It was, at most, slightly breezy. Not very windy at all. Overcast, but no threat of rain. The weather conditions are important to the story. To sort of give an idea of the street layout, I live in a corner house on a 90-degree angle street. To describe it, there is a street to the left that goes west. Down that way, there's at least 6 or 7 houses until the next turn. Then turns a corner right in front of our house that turns directly south. There are other streets in my neighborhood, but I didn't include them in this layout since they're irrelevant to the story. Anyway, on one of those days when we were ordering out, I went outside extra early to wait for the food. So, as I was sitting outside enjoying the weather and waiting for our food, I was just looking around my neighborhood and I happened to turn my head to the west. As I was looking that way, I noticed this strange thing floating high above the houses. It was floating towards my house. If I could describe what I saw, Imagine you got a black garbage bag and cut a 12 by 12 inch, 30 by 30 centimeter square from the bag. It was flat, thin, and black, as it was cut from a black plastic bag. But I don't think that's what it was, because we all know how plastic bags move in the wind. They move with the wind, but that's not how this thing was moving. It was moving at a steady pace, slow, controlled, and weirdly enough, I noticed that the bottom edge of this square was rippling with a rhythm, sort of like it had legs that were walking. Not like it had full legs, but the left side and the right side of the bottom edge looked like they were taking turns moving. Right, left, right, left. It looked like the rhythm of walking. Also remember, it was not a windy day. There was barely a breeze. Even if it was breezy, it would have moved with the wind, but that's not how this thing was moving. I just stared at it as it moved closer to my house. I wasn't scared of it at first, I just didn't know what to make of it. So my curiosity moved me. I got up to walk closer to it to get a better look. Just as it was approaching our house, right between my house and the neighbor's house, it took a left turn. I could see the edge of it. That's how I knew it was thin. When I was that close to it, I did feel something evil about it, something sinister. When I felt that, I thought, oh hell no. I rebuke you in Jesus' name. Go back to hell where you belong. It then slowly floated away. I know that might sound funny to some, but I'm a woman of faith. That's how I was taught to deal with things that feel supernaturally evil. And something about this thing really felt off. After my experience, I wished I had recorded it, but I didn't have my phone on me. I also tried to Google what I saw to see if anyone else ever saw something like this, but I didn't find anything about it. Has anyone else seen or heard anything like this? Does anyone have any idea what this was? I'm tempted to think this was some sort of demon, since demons can manifest or masquerade as anything they want. What do you think?
Case notes for file 773, The Very Thin Demon. So I've never specifically heard of anything described as a garbage bag floating in the wind, or sort of rippling through existence, but not exactly affected by the wind, as you would think a bag would be affected. But it's a very interesting way to describe some entity, some very thin demon perhaps. And while I'm not specifically religious myself, I do think there's more going on than we can immediately understand. And so I don't know if that's God, I don't know if it's a simulation error, but it's curious that as you shouted at whatever this was, either by invoking Jesus' name or just by invoking your will manifested, sort of like if you're threatened by an animal, it's usually a good idea to make yourself seem more threatening and just imposing, even though, if a bear is charging you, you have no chance, but it doesn't necessarily know that. So it's a good idea to make your presence known. So I wonder if it is related specifically to religion, a demon that you put at bay with Jesus' name, or just your own will forced onto it, saying, okay, maybe I can go after an easier target. Something like that. Maybe also, you weren't meant to be able to see it. Maybe just the fact that you could see it kind of startled whatever it was. Like, how is this person seeing me? They're not supposed to be able to. I think, honestly, the worst thing you can do is show fear. Whenever there's entities around, shadows, spirits, demons, don't be afraid. There's no guarantee that it will leave you alone, but it almost is like these entities, creatures, thrive on fear. Easy targets for the plucking. Make yourself as prickly as a porcupine. Probably a good idea.
Case file number 774, written by Parzifail. Supernatural reasons to avoid prison. I've worked as a correctional officer for a long time. I've worked at facilities in Texas and Michigan. The oldest prison I've ever worked at just recently started to close in Michigan, and it got me thinking about all the paranormal experiences I've had there and in the other prisons I've worked at. I'd like to share with all of you some of the more notable paranormal experiences that I've had while working in these prisons. First off, I'd like to say that I never really believed in ghosts before I started working as a correctional officer. I started off working in Texas at an intake facility. I worked night shifts 12 hours from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The first experience that I ever had was working on a lower security housing unit. When finishing a round, I was chatting with my partner and I heard a loud banging sound. It was like 3 a.m. at this point. Absolutely no prisoner should be out of their bunks at this time. I asked my partner if they knew what the banging was. They, being an older officer, told me bluntly that the unit we were working in was haunted. They told me the sound was coming from a door of one of the small, quiet cells in a hallway not directly visible from the officer station, and about how a prisoner had died in one. The prisoner, allegedly, died because the officers working there at the time had given them a sack of food when it was lunchtime for prisoners, and the prisoner had choked on the food and died. I really didn't believe that the unit was haunted, so I decided to go look at this door. The sound volume increased as I got closer to the door. The door itself was visibly shaking as if someone was pounding on it. There was nothing that could have been causing the door to shake like it was. I was at a loss for words. Later that night, I checked the door again and there was a steamed up handprint visible on the glass of the door's window. Another experience I had was at the same facility, but at a different housing unit. It was around 1 to 2 a.m. and I was sitting inside the officer station watching the cameras and talking to my partner. I look at one of the cameras and clearly see a prisoner sitting at a table in the day room. I turn my head to look at the day room and no one is sitting at the table I just saw on camera. I asked my partner to go check it out because no one is supposed to be out of bed yet. I roll back the time on the camera to see if I could see where the prisoner might have gone. The prisoner on the camera literally slowly fades away and vanishes completely. My partner comes back into the officer station and we both watched this video over and over. Later on that same night, during one of my rounds, I noticed a wet floor sign that got left out. I returned it to the porter closet. I get back to the officer station and look back to where the porter closet is and I see the same wet floor sign left out. I ask my partner if they're playing a joke on me or something because I just put the sign away and my partner denies doing anything with it. I go back out and make sure I put the sign back in the closet and lock the door. I get back to the officer station, wet floor sign right there in the open again. My partner and I are both watching this wet floor sign now. It starts to tip over on one end and very slowly 2 of its legs off the ground. The sign then slams itself into the ground. It then proceeds to slide quickly up the hallway and then back in front of the closet door before ceasing all movement. My partner and I refused to come out of the officer station for the rest of the night because we were scared crapless. One more notable one from Texas. I was working in an ADSEG unit, a really high security unit for prisoners that get in fights and cause a lot of problems repeatedly. We had a prisoner who was sitting in one of our closed observation cells. These cells are usually used for people who threaten to harm themselves. In the summertime, prisoners will sometimes just say they are suicidal to be put in one of these cells because they are a lot cooler and are near AC vents that the normal housing units don't have. The prisoner told me that this is what they were doing and that they didn't want to cause any problems. Later on that night, one of my partners and I were watching cameras and all of a sudden we saw a shadow moving across the floor. Eventually, it comes to the close observation cell and disappears under the door. This is where it gets totally crazy. I do a round and check on the close observation cell. The prisoner is pacing in the cell. I ask the prisoner if they are okay, and the prisoner tells me that something doesn't feel right and that they are hearing voices that aren't there. I try to calm them down, and eventually they do and lay on the bed. Later on, my partner called for assistance because the prisoner had bit the skin off their own wrist, causing them to bleed, held them above their head, and allegedly was speaking in tongues. When I started working at prisons in Michigan, I worked at a prison that's now closing. It was built back in 1877 and is one of the oldest prisons still operating in all of the United States. There were so many small experiences that I've had here. Doors would slam, you'd hear voices, cold chills. The first really notable experience I had was around Christmas time on the 3rd shift. I was working in the oldest unit on the facility. Usually we don't have prisoners there, but we had opened the unit to separate the prisoners during the pandemic. I didn't have a partner due to how short-staffed we were, so one of the other officers set up a TV for me to keep me entertained because I'd really be far away from all the other units and get bored with no one to talk to. I do rounds for most of the night, watching TV in between them. I suddenly hear a banging noise from a door that leads to the hallway. that takes you all the way to an even older, unused, condemned part of the prison. I open the door and take a look down the hallway. A cold breeze hits me, and suddenly my hair stands on end. I close the door, thoroughly creeped out. I go and sit down and start watching TV again. The TV starts flipping through channels rapidly and then stops on static. I have to get moved to a different unit because I'm scared out of my mind. One day on the third shift, my work friend and I were working positions that allowed us to have a lot of free time and no prisoners to watch. We decided to explore the prison. We explored the tunnels that went underneath the prison, the old barns, the old unstaffed gun towers. We eventually decided to go look at the old condemned part of the prison from my earlier experience. There was a big metal gate that was about halfway down the hallway that had to be opened by a big skeleton key. We get back to the old condemned part and my friend tells me about how this part was supposed to be the old segregation. We had to use flashlights to see because this section is so old it's not powered. The energy back there I won't ever forget. Just being there filled me with a feeling of cosmic dread. I asked my friend to head back, and we start to head back down to where the hallway to the gate was. My friend's flashlight suddenly dies. We make it to the hallway barely able to see anything in the almost pitch blackness. We hear something running after us, so we start running up the hallway too. My friend fumbles with the key as we hear it getting closer. We get the gate open and sprint out of there. Later on, I noticed that my friend had red claw marks all over his arm. Well, that's all I got for you all. Hope you enjoy listening about these crazy events.
Case notes for file 774. Supernatural reasons to avoid prison. Cameras are getting better, and recording equipment is getting better. I assume in prison, the recording equipment you had there was pretty low tech, but just the idea that, we can have ring alarms and we can have cameras in our homes now and in businesses, and they're getting to 1080p or even above. Storage isn't expensive anymore. So I think we'll be able to capture more supernatural events, but editing is also becoming more prominent and deepfakes and so on. So you see this now with videos of UFOs. There's some spectacular videos, but you always in your back of your mind say, well, this is probably just edited. So it's either the video is terrible quality and people dismiss it because it's terrible quality, naturally, or it's in good quality, but it looks too good, almost, and people just assume, well, it's photoshopped or whatever. I don't know if that's going to be enough to convince people. I think, and probably for me too, I won't be 100% convinced until I see it for myself. Still, reading stories, it's all very compelling because there's just so many of them. One thing I do wonder about spirits and echoes, if they're just fragments, filaments of people who passed away, then do they become, or are their emotions amplified? Or is it just that if you're a good person in life, then your echo and fragment will probably be a decent, entity, just floating around, not really doing anything bad to anyone, or maybe even trying to help people, guardian angels, perhaps? And then if you're a bad person and you pass away, your echo or imprint on the universe is inherently negative, and maybe it intensifies over time to become even more negative. And if you think about it, if you're in a prison, well, yeah, some people are innocent in prison, but I think most people are probably not, and especially in a hardcore prison in AgSeg, where people are especially violent and in for murder and all that. I imagine prisons are hotspots for all sorts of malicious paranormal events. Of course, if they want to be hidden, they have to be a bit more cautious in how they approach their hauntings. It's not a place I'd want to be, just in general, but especially for supernatural events as well. And one other thing I have to mention is that I think how we treat prisoners in general is abhorrent. There's a guy on YouTube who was in prison for over a decade, Larry Lawton. I'll link his YouTube channel in the comments, and he goes into great detail describing just how horrific people are treated in prison. And yes, I know, if they're criminals, you in the back of your mind you say, okay, well good, they don't deserve to be treated as humans. But I think it's a mistake. I think if all we care about is revenge or justice, as some people would describe it, well, it just leads to, it's like in Fifth Element, the movie, where there's this evil entity, and to try and stop it, we have to use violence and force and all that. Evil begets evil. If we put into the world what we don't want to be there, it's insane. It's not going to work. I mean, we do need to segregate criminals, violent criminals especially, from society. I get that. But we should treat them decently. I think you should be guaranteed safety. I think if you have an issue, the guard should actually protect you instead of being often the ones that are causing a bunch of harm. And I also think that you should have decent food. I mean, one thing he describes, Larry Lawton, is that food in prison is just god-awful. They'd use meat that had bones stuck in it. He described at one point that he was going to eat a burger. There was a piece of bone stuck in it. He chipped his tooth on it. That's how bad it is. And they use meat that's expired for years. That's just probably the worst thing you can imagine. You'd be better off eating dog food. So I don't think it's right. I'm not saying, put them up in a 5-star hotel or anything like that, but a decent standard, a baseline where people are safe and they have access, especially something they could earn with good behavior, like, having a TV, easier access to books and reading and educating themselves. Basically, our goal, I think, should be to reduce recidivism and to rehabilitate, not to punish. I mean, I would only make exceptions for truly lost cases where people are in there for life, no possibility of parole, like mass serial killers or maybe rapists and things like that, the most truly horrific people. But even then, they shouldn't be treated as subhuman. Mostly segregated away, I'd say. But still, given reasonable food and healthcare and all that. Anyways, sorry for the long tangent, but I just wanted to say that because I think it's very important and not something that's often talked about, sadly.
Case file number 775, written by Straight Professor 68, Quantum Immortality from the Other Side. I've always been really interested in the how, what, why of it all, and recently applied that interest to reading and watching documentaries about different quantum theories. That's when I stumbled across mentions of astral projection and quantum immortality. I remembered my mom describing experiences to me when I was young from her own childhood that sounded just like what I'd read astral projection was like. The next time we talked on the phone, I brought it up and asked her to describe it to me. She can't do it anymore, and can't remember exactly when it stopped. I took notes, but that's another post. For craps and giggles, I decided to describe quantum immortality to her and asked her if she remembered any time in her life that she should have died but didn't. The example I gave her was one of an impending head-on collision. You close your eyes and brace for impact. It's unavoidable. But nothing happens and you open your eyes and the truck is behind you driving in the opposite direction as though it had driven right through you. No one else on the road noticed a thing. This is where it gets strange. My mom is immediately reminded of almost that exact thing that apparently happened to her one winter night in 2009 to 2010. And apparently to me as well, which is insane because I really don't quite remember it. What I do remember is that my parents had just split up. I was 19 or 20 and a sophomore in college. I was living with my mom in a townhouse and commuting to school because I had a horrible roommate experience on campus. We were really close at the time, going through a lot together. That night, I remember that we went to see Alice in Wonderland in 3D. We got pretty buzzed in the parking lot first, not after, don't worry, and loaded up on snacks. I remember it was freezing and snowy, and it was a late showing, so it was pitch black outside. This was in upstate New York. I remember that my mom drove the Prius that she still has to this day. What I don't remember is what she described to me happened on the way home. Or if I do, it's very vague and might just be because I imagined what she told me. She said we were on a main road between towns headed home, crossing over the Erie Canal on a bridge that slightly curves and intersects almost immediately at the end with another main road on each side. She said there was a car coming from the opposite direction, and the road, especially the bridge, was extremely icy. The other car started to slide, and I guess it was coming at us. My mom said she couldn't get out of the way to the left or right because even if it weren't too slippery, we were on a bridge, so there wasn't really anywhere to go. She also couldn't slam on the brakes because then we'd just be sliding too and would just make it worse. She said she did the mom seatbelt, which why, with one arm, and closed her eyes and braces for impact. and she actually doesn't remember much after that other than being home. Doesn't specifically remember being like, wait, what? I was floored when she told me this because I hadn't remembered it at all. I just thought, and then forgot for a few weeks. Yesterday, we were talking on the phone again, my mom and I, and it dawned on me that we barely speak anymore. She said something wildly out of character that left me speechless. Not the first time she's done so in recent years. She also mentioned that I had changed and that we didn't agree on anything anymore and that I was hard to talk to. I realized that I also didn't recognize this woman in a lot of ways. The mom I remember as a kid, despite all her flaws, was pretty liberal-minded and taught me about civil rights, how deep down we're really all the same. She pondered the stars, and while I was raised Catholic, thanks to grandparents on dad's side, she always taught me to be open-minded too, but also wary of all religions. She talked about reincarnation and the soul, and yeah, though not on purpose, she used to astral project as a child. She was one of my best friends and a great comfort. I don't know if we've lived too far apart for too long, or she's just getting old and she's so engrossed in her local news media, I don't watch television news at all, that is driving her to change. But my mom is now super conservative and is more rude to random people than I ever remember. Not that one implies the other. She says what she thinks and doesn't care who it insults. The odd part is, she's the happiest she's ever been. My stepdad is great. They have a nice house. They're both still working, but they have great jobs. They're financially secure. They have hobbies. Also, she randomly out of nowhere in her 50s developed a nut allergy, which I know can happen, but I figured it could be relevant.
Case notes for file 775, Quantum Immortality, from the other side. So one thing to remember about quantum immortality, or at least ponder on, because of course this is all speculation, wildly interesting speculation, but still, is that if one person dies, and then another person next to them dies too, say in a car crash you're with your mother, and you both die at the same time, well, if quantum immortality is guaranteed, does this mean that you'll both be transposed your sentience to the same adjacent universe? I mean, I guess it would depend, right? It would depend on the copies of you in the adjacent universe and how closely related they are, but also on if you're even alive in that universe still. There'd be some rewinding of time shenanigans going on, and we have seen that before in events of quantum immortality. I guess it depends on how important is it to the coding of the universe that people who are closely related, or friends, be transposed to the same universe. Maybe it is important. Maybe that is a factor. But also, maybe that doesn't happen at all. Maybe it's just random. Maybe the universe you go to, maybe there's a general sphere of location, hard to describe, like the medium between universes. I have no idea what that is. It's not space as we would know it. There probably is still a distance to travel, and the further it is, the less sense there is in you going there, because I imagine it still requires energy, maybe processing power, the further away it is. Can almost think of it like transmitting data over a Ethernet cord. At a certain distance, it starts losing signal strength, and you just need a better transmitting cable, like a fiber optic or cable. I get the impression, though, that the transfer is limited in distance, or at least there's a strong preference for it being closer. And in that sense, you may be the original you from this universe. You don't remember this close encounter with the other car because it never happened to you. You've always been in this universe. It's your mom that was transposed into this universe, and that would also explain how seemingly she changed. She was liberal, then she was conservative, and maybe more rude all of a sudden. That could explain some of it. There was a blending of sentience, and your mother changed, because it's not just your mother. Or it is your mother plus.
Case file number 776, written by Nameless Drifter 1. 2 moms for the price of 1. This is my first time writing this story out, let alone telling anyone else, except my mom, about it. So it's the year 2015, and after the graduation ceremony and everybody's given their speeches and whatnot, we're all out in the parking lot heading home. I was talking with some of my friends out there before heading to the car. As I started leaving, I noticed this woman on her way to pass my left. I look at her and she looks a lot like my mother, with the exception of looking maybe between 15 to 35 years older and with slightly different, almost curled hair. Her hair color was like a very faded blonde, brownish in between. Her facial features were extremely similar to my mother's. She was maybe an inch or a couple shorter as well. I stared at her for a good couple seconds before her gaze met mine, and I looked away. Then, as she was behind me, I looked one more time. After that, I didn't see my mother's car anywhere, so I sat down and waited in the parking lot. There were these kids that I didn't recognize. It looked like they had been there from another school, but I don't know why they were there. There was this blonde kid who started eyeballing me really intensely, like he recognized me from somewhere, but he was trying to figure out who I was. I was a little uncomfortable and was pretending to look like I didn't notice him, but he stared at me for a good while, so eventually I just looked at him and stared back. That's when he looked away. I'm not sure what was up with that dude. Not sure if this had any connection to seeing that woman, but it happened in the same hour. I eventually found my mom's car, and she was talking with one of my friend's moms. I didn't mention it to her, she seemed a bit puzzled, but that's it. I can't say for sure if this was actually an older, future version of my mother. It could have just been some older woman who looked a lot like her. But my mom has pretty distinct features. Has anyone else had an encounter or experienced phenomena like this?
Case notes for file 776. 2 moms for the price of 1. So yeah, there are a lot of people on this planet, almost 8 billion, or actually, did we cross the threshold into 8 billion? Somewhere around there. That's an unfathomable amount of people. Is it conceivable that there's someone out there that looks just like your mom, just a bit older? Yeah, of course. Now, that they're in the same vicinity as you is more rare, but it's not inconceivable. If it is just down the road of glitches, then I don't think it's a doppelganger. The impression of that is not at all related to doppelgangers. You also mentioned that she's a bit shorter, so that can just be explained by the fact that as we age, we slightly shorten, our spine compresses more, we often also don't maintain proper back posture when we're sitting. I wonder who the boy is, if he's at all relevant to this glitch. Maybe your mom had another child, and he has this instinct that you're his sibling. Maybe. Kinda neat.
Case file number 777. Written by Anonymous. Where did the time go? This is back when I was in college. A group of us, 4 plus me, were hanging out between classes and heading out to grab a bite. We talked for a bit, and then 2 of our friends announced they had to head back as they had another class. Each class is an hour long. Now, with those 2 gone, my other 2 friends and I decided to listen to some music. One of them played You're an Army by Rick Pino. This song is roughly 4 minutes and 30 seconds long. The song ended, and we looked up to find that the 2 friends who had walked away to their class had returned, and we curiously asked, "Did the class get cancelled?" They looked at us confused and said, "No, we finished the class. Have you been here all this while?" All this while? Apparently, as we listened to this 4-minute and 30-second piece of gospel, an entire hour had gone by among the 5 of us. We haven't yet been able to explain what happened. If only my boring lectures lasted 4.5 minutes and accounted for an hour, that'd be lovely.
Case notes for file 777. Where did the time go? So in the comments, someone asked if maybe your friends were just trolling you, but in reality, you did check the time on your phone and an hour really did pass. No prank. This really happened, and it's baffling. Time glitches are just incredibly interesting to me, because time is so fundamental and interlinked with space. It's equivalent to just teleporting around. Basically, it's as tremendously awesome as that. So let's get the alien abduction thing out of the way. Obviously not. In the middle of a school and during the day, with so many witnesses around, there's no way. If aliens abduct, it seemingly requires some sort of visible light, and basically it's not incognito, so they wouldn't do it in the middle of the day in the school, to my knowledge anyways. I guess it's some sort of space-time bubble, and these do frequently pop around. I think it is related to cars that are teleported, in advance, and sometimes even just people. Somehow they take a step and they're way zipped forward. Again, space-time, they're interlinked. Time is just another dimension of space. It's hard to conceive of, but It's true. And in fact, this is, I'm always coming back to gravity because it's so entwined in how we live. Why does an apple fall to the ground? Why is there acceleration from it? But it's not really acceleration in the way you think. It's that we're all traveling at the speed of light. Normally we're traveling almost entirely through time and not space. The path curve we take is designated all power towards time. Now we can try to shift that into space, but we're still limited by the speed of light no matter what. A bit complicated to say, but basically, if you eliminate any spatial travel, you still travel through time, and gravity is just curving space-time. Your timeline is still traveling in time, and it's just that the time curved because of how gravity is curving space-time. It's kind of neat. There's a visual I'll link below where someone goes into better explanation for it. I find visuals help a lot. It's like a flow of space-time. So if you're an apple in this curved space-time, you're flowing with it. Because again, we're all traveling through space-time at the speed of light. It's just that most of that travel, almost all of it, is just through time and a default state. We can try to change it, but anyways, tangent over. It's not out of the realm of physics, and you can look up the Lorentz factor. If you have a large source of speed, your speed through space-time is converted into spatial travel instead of time, then you're not moving much through time. That's the Lorentz factor, and this can also apply from gravity. But I'm sure you've all seen Interstellar, a great movie. When they're on the planet, high sense of gravity. When they come back to the ship, well, spoilers, just in case you don't want to know. Spoilers. When they come back to the ship, 27 years have passed in what was an hour, I think, or a few minutes. And that's entirely plausible. That is something that happens. In fact, we have to adjust the internal clocks on GPS satellites in space, because while the difference is extremely minor at the speeds we're traveling here, there is a time anomaly, and if we don't correct for that, GPS wouldn't work.
Creepy file number 50, written by Barry Ivory, The Angel of Mercy, Dave. My grandfather, Jim, died when I was 17, around 5 years ago, and his last months were rough on the whole family. He had advanced brain cancer, but he spent most of his time at home under hospice care. One afternoon, it was about 2 weeks before Jim died, I was alone with my grandpa waiting for the hospice nurse to come check in on him. A man who I'd never seen before, Dave, knocked on the door. He was wearing hospital scrubs, but he hadn't brought any equipment with him, which was odd. I asked him if he worked for the hospital, and he nodded. He said this was his first shift with Jim, but that he'd reviewed my grandfather's file and that he wanted to speak to whichever family member had the legal authority to pull the plug. Jim wasn't even on life support, so I guess Dave was using plug as an expression on my grandfather. I should say that I live in a right-to-die state where euthanasia is legal, so it's not like that option had never occurred to us. But as far as I know, no member of my family had ever expressed an openness to euthanizing Jim. I told him that I had no authority to make that decision, and that my grandfather, who was now delirious and unable to consent to much of anything, had specifically said to prolong his life indefinitely unless he was crying out in extreme pain, which he wasn't. Dave put his hand on my shoulder as though he were consoling me, and he talked about how old people become burdens that their families need to let go of. Then Dave pulled a bottle of pills out of his pocket and said they were barbiturates that would trigger a peaceful death. He said the coroner would determine that Jim died naturally from his cancer. I started to panic, and I firmly told him that under no circumstances would we be euthanizing Jim at this time, but he started to untwist the bottle as he walked towards Jim's bed. I tried to wrestle the pills from his hand, and he seemed startled. He played innocent and said he just wanted to show the pills to Jim. Dave knew perfectly well that my grandfather had almost no idea what was going on. I called 911 and rapidly explained the situation to the dispatcher. Dave suddenly became very scared and bolted out of the house. The cops arrived within 5 minutes, and Jim's actual hospice nurse arrived a few minutes after that. Based on physical description, the police and hospital staff were able to identify Dave as a recently fired hospital orderly. Dave was charged with making a criminal threat based on my testimony, But unfortunately, he was acquitted. So Dave, wherever you are, let's never meet again.
Case notes for the creepy file number 50, The Angel of Mercy, Dave. So they call this a mental disorder. It's where someone wants to end the suffering of someone else. They call them an angel of mercy. And this is actually pretty common, commoner in the realm of medicine. Doctors, often nurses, they'll become, in their minds, benevolent because they just want to end people's pain. I think there's also some sadism involved, sheer power control over ending someone else's life that comes into play here. My impression was, okay, this guy's a little messed up, especially because there was no pain involved here, or not much. Basically, it's taken to delusional ends where there isn't even suffering involved, but they just want to correct something wrong, but not in a good way at all. Of course, I do believe in personal autonomy. If someone wants to end their life, that's their business. But in this case, there was no consent at all, so very wrong. That's one person you don't want roaming around.
Case file number 778, written by Carolyn McCord. The tree and even the stump vanished. In 2011, my oldest daughter was born. I was with her dad from January 2011 till October 2014. While I was pregnant with her, 2011, my ex got a PlayStation, internet, and a subscription to Netflix. I started watching Star Trek and such. Then I discovered Warehouse 13. When I finished that, it suggested I watch a show called The Librarians. There was only one season. I really liked it. Problem is, the first episode aired on December 7th, 2014. Netflix didn't get it till long after that. After we stopped paying for Netflix, I didn't get it again until 2020. I rewatched it a couple weeks ago. It's almost identical, except in the episode I watched in 2011, there was no relationship between the original librarians and his guardian. My other story happened in December 2014. I was walking through the neighborhood that is southwest of Speedway and Stone in Tucson, Arizona, with two of my friends. We found a practically brand new play kitchen. We started carrying it and got tired of carrying it when we made it to the southwest corner of Speedway and Stone. There is a low wall there which used to be the back of a funeral home. I found that out later. There was a mesquite tree right next to the wall that hung over it. This tree was probably about 15 years old. We decided to hide the play kitchen there. I called my dad to see if he could come pick it up with me later. He said yes. So he came to my place to pick me up, and we went to get it. It wasn't there. In fact, the tree wasn't even there. No stump, no hole, no freshly turned dirt. The weirdest part is, there are very few trees growing there now.
Case notes for file 778. Where did the tree and stump go? So the first story, a potential Mandela effect, but having watched the show before it even aired is just baffling. All that data somehow transmitted beforehand. Some sort of time loop? But why Netflix? Very strange. Now, the fact that the show was slightly different, I mean, it could just be your memory was off. I know I've watched Stargate so many times, Stargate SG-1, Atlantis Universe. Sometimes I'll go back and rewatch it again because I'm just weird. I like rewatching shows. And there'll be tiny differences that I just realize, okay, was it really like that all the time? Like Teal'c at some point having hair. Don't remember that, but somehow he does. I don't know. But it's probably just my memory. I think Mandela effect is real, but oftentimes it's just our memory being wonky. Now, the tree vanishing is very weird. And again, if the tree is gone, even the stump, there's no way that someone just came out and cut it out and dug up the stump as well. There's literally no evidence it was even there, as you described it. I wonder to what extent a disappearing object phenomena can apply in this case. Is there a limit to how big something can be? I mean, it's not like entities are bringing in, dump trucks to load it in, between dimensions. They're phasing it into a different reality. Everything's interconnected, right? The roots are in the earth. So why did it take the tree and not the ground itself? How do they even calibrate that? If it is an entity doing this. And if it even is disappearing object phenomena, in this case, could even be quantum immortality?
Case file number 779, written by Amanda Can 77. When aliens leave their mental mark. Growing up in the 90s, I was exposed to a fair amount of aliens in the media, movies and TV like Independence Day, Men in Black, Mars Attacks, E.T., X-Files, Invader Zim, Alf, Third Rock from the Sun, you name it. I can't remember anyone in my family ever taking any sort of particular interest in aliens, but they were always sort of around. I don't know if this media is why, or maybe it was my parents' open attitude towards the subject, but I never questioned the existence of aliens. I knew stories about people being abducted and crop circles, but I didn't feel like it presented any sort of immediate danger. I never considered myself to be afraid of them, until my mom started asking me about it one morning, that is. I've always been a sleep talker, well, more of a sleep mumbler, but when I was 9 or 10, I started sleepwalking as well. My parents would find me in the living room or the hallway trying to incoherently accomplish something. Most of the time, they could just guide me back to my bed without incident. On one occasion, though, it wasn't so simple. When my mom came to check on me before she went to sleep, she saw I wasn't in my bed. She came into the room to look for me and noticed a small figure crouched in the closet. She asked me what I was doing and came closer to help me back into bed. As she started to approach, I guess I started crying, mumbling about aliens and, sorry this is gross, peeing on the floor. She was shocked and called for my dad to come help her. When he arrived, he tried to pick me up to comfort me, but I started screaming and hit him in the face, something I have never done before and haven't done again since. They had to let me cry myself out, mumbling, "The aliens, and don't take me again," over and over until I would let them help me. My mom said she doesn't think I ever really woke up because I didn't say anything as she changed my pajamas and tucked me back in. The next morning, when she asked me if I had had the dream about aliens, I didn't know what she was talking about. I had no recollection of anything that had happened the night before. She asked me if being abducted by aliens was something I worried about often, and I honestly told her it wasn't. My parents never made a big deal about the occurrence, they just wanted to make sure that I was alright, but I was pretty embarrassed. Since I had no memory of the event, I wasn't left with any fear of aliens while I was awake. But I was left with a burning curiosity as to whether they would be back.
Case notes for file 779, When Aliens Leave Their Mental Mark. So yeah, X-Files is the MVP of all science fiction shows. It's where it all started for me, and I think for most people. You know, it branches out from there. Of course, Stargate and Star Trek. Star Trek might be more iconic and maybe more relevant, I guess. X-Files is just the root of it. It really sparked my desire to, I want to believe. And of course, Deep Voice and Smoking Man. Such iconic characters. You cannot get over them. And you know, it's curious. I've never felt that aliens are a threat either. I mean, there's just a logical application to that. If they were a direct threat to our entire species or world, we'd already be dead. They could just divert an asteroid into the planet, release a deadly virus, whatever. So many methods to wipe us out without us even knowing we're under attack. Now, it's possible there's other nefarious means, you know, maybe they're cultivating us to harvest our meat or something, like some giant cattle farm. I don't think it's that either. But yeah, if there's aliens around, I think they're probably either neutral or benevolent. Probably just keeping their distance, observing, seeing where we go, maybe giving us a helping hand here and there. And of course, there could be different types of aliens. It's probably not just one species. So I've never sleepwalked myself. I've always found it fascinating in people who do. Now I do think that as we sleep, our subconscious and conscious minds, they're intermingling together, trying to analyze the day's events and parse it together, decide what to keep, store in long-term memory. If we don't sleep, basically our brains just become fragmented and lose sense of reality. You can see this in people who don't sleep. They start to hallucinate, they can't make sense of the world anymore. Our brains basically, they don't need to rest, they need to configure. Yeah, because the world is just so complicated. Our brains are constantly filtering out information, but they're still taking some in, and they need to make sense of it. So it is possible that you have a repressed memory, or you had it even back then as a kid, of some sort of alien abduction. And you don't consciously know of it, but your subconscious does. So when you're sleepwalking in the dream state, your conscious and subconscious are communicating back and forth, and little fragments of that repressed memory that's buried deep inside your brain is spilling over. And while you're not consciously aware when you're awake, in that dream state, it does terrify you. Even if the aliens don't mean you any harm, it's still traumatic to be abducted. There's no getting around that, I'd say.
Case file number 780, written by The Red Molly, The Very Confused Umbrella. 4 years ago, during the spring, we bought our house. My wife and I purchased an umbrella and a base from Wayfair for our back deck. The umbrella had a crank handle to open and close it. The handle has a sticker that has a blue arrow pointing in the clockwise direction to open it. It has a red arrow pointing in the reverse, counterclockwise direction to put the umbrella down. About a month ago, I went away for a few days while my wife stayed home. When I got home, I went right to the backyard to sit out and relax and noticed that the umbrella controls were backward. Now, to open the umbrella, you had to turn the handle counterclockwise. It even read so on the sticker. The blue arrow was now facing counterclockwise and the red arrow was facing clockwise. I noticed this right away because as I went to crank it clockwise, the umbrella would not open out and nothing happened. I thought, that's weird. I always crank it this way to open it. I called my wife outside and asked her if she messed with the umbrella while I was away. But there's no way in hell she could have altered the sticker. No way. It's a shiny sticker that was obviously made during the manufacturing process, and there's no way she could have made a duplicate sticker or anything like that. She obviously said no, and I showed her the issue with the umbrella and asked her if I was going crazy, if the umbrella had always been like this. I said, I know, for the last 4 years I've had to crank that thing clockwise to open it. What the hell is going on? Her and I were dumbfounded, like I really had no idea how this happened. A couple days went by and the umbrella is now back to the way it was. Blue arrow facing clockwise to crank open, red arrow facing counterclockwise to close. It has stayed that way since, but no explanation was found.
Case notes for file 780, The Very Confused Umbrella. So the fact that this sticker and directions reverted back is what's mind-blowing to me. If it was just a one-off event, then you could say, okay, it's quantum immortality even for the both of you, you and your wife. That in of itself is pretty wild, but the fact it reverted back, well, did you jump 2 universes in the span of a few days? I don't think so. What could have changed it? I mean, it can't be some entity. Like, imagine a spirit is trying to prank you, this low-key trickster. How would he manufacture or print out a brand new sticker to put on the umbrella? I don't see that happening. That'd be pretty impressive. Has some contacts in the industrial sector. Very impressive. I guess the one possibility is that someone bought a look-alike umbrella that did have the opposite instructions to open and close the umbrella, and somehow snuck into your yard, your backyard, and put it in there, and then changed it back, and then never told anyone about it. Why? It's theoretically possible, but I can't wrap my mind around why anyone would do that. I'm stumped. Pretty neat little glitch. I like it.
Bonus file, written by Johnny B. 1917, The Fatal Dream. My best friend and I would always talk about crazy dreams we had. Never thought much of it until he told me about one where he got hit by a car and died. We were about 15 to 16 when he told me about the dream. We were into conspiracies, stuff like aliens, paranormal, lucid dreaming, so we'd talk about stuff like that a lot. And he died right before he would have turned 20. He said he was riding a skateboard wearing all black when the car hit him and could see everyone at his funeral. He even said his crush was at his funeral and laughed about it. He just kept going on about how it was so real, and it really shook me up until eventually I forgot about it. Then, a few years later, after I'd long forgotten about the dream he told me about, it happened for real. His crush was at his funeral. He did get hit by a car and died. He was wearing all black like in the dream, his work clothes, and he was riding my skateboard. It was all true. I still don't know what to make of it all. Every single detail I remember from his dream came true, and I'm sure there's parts of it he told me that I don't remember. I felt crazy. I didn't tell anyone about it. I just don't know why or how he saw it happen in his dreams. And think, what if he had never told me about it? It just left me with so many questions. But I guess now I have proof, at least to myself, that our souls go on after we die. I just wish I knew why he experienced that dream and told me about it. Like there had to be some kind of reason. I just think about how I wouldn't believe this story if I hadn't experienced it for myself.
Case notes for the bonus file, The Fatal Dream. So yeah, we come back to premonitions, foretelling of the future. I'm always a bit stumped and honestly unsure of what to say exactly because I know that the future is going to happen. There's paths laid out and traced. It's up to us to decide which path we follow. The thing is, every choice that other people make will influence where we end up. Our choices matter tremendously, of course, but other people's choices and the forces of the universe that we can't predict will matter. This churn is chaos. It's unpredictable by nature. We can't even predict the weather to more than a few days, and even then there's uncertainty. Because even the tiniest change, this is one thing I've always found fascinating about weather, and just physics in general. You can't predict weather accurately more than a few days, because even the tiniest change in temperature in, say, Kansas, of being like 56.98991 degrees versus 56.9912, if it's off by a fourth of a digit, that tiny, seemingly insignificant difference in one area can affect everything going into the future, especially as you go further into the future. I mean, that's sort of related to the butterfly effect. In fact, it's directly related. That's the whole point of it. Tiny changes can make predicting the future almost impossible, and these tiny changes happen all the time. There's just no way to predict it. How much energy the sun is inputting varies slightly, and the same thing applies to all of our lives. There's so many choices being made that we cannot know, and even if we did, we couldn't predict them. And if you get right down to the very essence of it, even if you knew the position of every atom and the velocity, you couldn't predict it then because you can't know the position of an atom and its velocity. Even knowing its exact location is virtually impossible. We wind up here where it should be, in theory, impossible to predict the future, especially if you're going out like 4 years in this case. So how is that happening? All I can say is, he predicted a possible future. Maybe your friend predicted this in every single universe. And again, there's almost an infinite amount of universes. In the multiverse theory, every single possible branching path from every interaction of every atom and source of energy is creating a new universe. There's not infinite, but it might as well be infinite by our standards. In every copy of every universe, your friend predicts his death in the same way. And in only a few of them is it actually accurate. It's sort of like tossing a quadrillion Googleplexes of dice, and eventually you just hit natural 20s, a trillion times in a row. It's extremely unlikely, but that's my only real way to frame this and how it's possible.
Case file number 781, written by Goddamn Commie, The Cabin of Dancing. I can't fall asleep right now and figured I'd share my one and only potentially supernatural encounter. It happened when I was 15, about 6 or 7 years ago, when I finally grew old enough to become a counselor at a summer camp. I had attended this annually for most of my childhood. The camp is Camp Anokajig in Plymouth, Wisconsin, if you want to check it out. You would imagine that a summer camp as large and old as Anokajig would have its fair share of scary stories and camp legends, but from my experience, that really wasn't the case. Ghost stories around the campfire were of course popular, but there weren't really any specifically about the camp itself. That is, except one commonly accepted notion among the staff: Thunderbird Cabin 2 is haunted. See, the camp is separated into a boys' and girls' side, and these sides are further divided into sections with names like Lakeview, Timber Trail, or, of course, Thunderbird. Counselors would rotate through sections throughout the summer. During the particular week of this story, I was stationed in Thunderbird and was assigned with another counselor who I'll call Keegan to watch over the infamous Cabin 2. Stories about Cabin 2 varied. Entities outside of the windows, goat men, scratching sounds at odd hours of the night, whatever. The diverse and often hyperbolized nature of these stories actually led me to doubt the legitimacy of all of them. It's a much more likely explanation that there was a desire for ghost stories at a camp, and that someone came up with Thunderbird 2 is haunted, which just happened to stick, no? I still believe this, in fact. I don't want to believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but I know what I experienced, and any rational explanation I can come up with does not seem to fully convince me. Anyway, it goes as follows. This week, I was assigned to watch the youngest group of boys, about 6 to 8. We like to have everyone in bed early since the young kids can be restless, and they needed time to wind down. This particular night, things went smoothly for Keegan and I. We had gotten all the kids seemingly asleep rather quickly. Being a little older, we would stay up and chat or read, and this night was no different. We both sat in Keegan's bunk, sharing a pair of earbuds and watching YouTube videos. It's important now to describe the layout of the cabin in Thunderbird. They were simplistic, rectangular, raised wood cabins. The inner perimeter was lined with bunk beds and housed about 20 to 30 campers and 2 counselors. Small, high-set rectangular windows along all sides provided moderate moonlight at night. Anyways, we're watching a video and all the kids are asleep. Dead quiet inside. You can barely hear the crackling of the dwindling campfire outside and the muffled normal sounds of a Midwest forest at night. That is, until something disturbs the peace. The unmistakable sound of someone shaking in a sleeping bag breaks the silence. It's clear from the noise and vibrations that one of the campers is basically flailing in their bunk. Their sleeping bag is rustling, the metal bunk is squeaking. The sound of their body bouncing on the mattress makes a dull thumping noise. Keegan and I quickly take out the earbuds, pause for a moment to listen to the sound, and turn to each other with a concerned, "What the hell?" look on our faces. Initially, I'm actually worried a camper is having a seizure. And then, on the other side of the cabin, we hear the same noise, the same vibration. Only a few seconds after the first camper started to shake, a second one joined in. Then another, and another, and another. Within 7 or 8 seconds, literally every damn kid in this cabin is flailing in their bags. The sound of rustling fabric and straining bed springs is all you can hear. In the pale moonlight, you could also see the outlines of their bodies bouncing around a little. The entire cabin is vibrating at this point, and Keegan and I are frozen, wide-eyed, terrified. We each have the same frightened look, and it's clear that neither of us have any idea what's going on or what to do. We sit, paralyzed, for some period of time, while the collective possession around us continues. After 15 or 20 seconds of this, the cacophony stops. Like a switch is flipped, all the campers stop moving and go perfectly still, back to sleeping undisturbed. Still immobilized with fear, Keegan and I still sit completely still as well, not talking or moving. Scared, I'm assuming that this was simply the beginning of something worse, unsure whether to run or check the campers. Minutes go by, both of us looking around, eyes darting to the door, the surrounding bunks, both of us braced for impending doom. I'm not sure how, but at the same time, both of us silently conclude we should bolt. As fast as we can, we leap from the bunk and sprint out the door into the clearing that accompanies the cabins. The only person still outside is our senior counselor, scrolling through his phone by the fire. He's surprised to see the 2 counselors of the cabin dash out the way we did. Panicked, we try to explain what the hell happened. He brushes it off, but agrees to check the cabin. As you can guess, he doesn't see or hear anything but peacefully sleeping campers. We reluctantly return to the cabin, get in our beds. Still on high alert, I lay awake for some time, braced and waiting for something, but alas, I drift off at some point. Wouldn't you believe it, in the morning, none of the kids claimed to know anything about the night previous. They all claimed to have fallen asleep like any other night, and the phenomenon never happens again. As someone who is wholly skeptical and, as previously stated, does not believe in anything not well founded or observed scientifically, I struggle to think what might have caused this. I want to think that it was a prank, but I just don't think that a bunch of young children could coordinate something like this so well, or even more so, retain their innocence in the matter. If anyone has any similar stories or even heard of anything that could cause this, I'm all ears. It will probably be the most confused and scared I'll ever be in my life. The situation was just so bizarre and sudden. I hope I properly conveyed just how creepy it was.
Case notes for file 781, The Cabin of Dancing. So I would say if this was a group of, say, teenagers, 14, 15, then it probably would just be a prank. I would be satisfied enough in just calling it a prank. even though they didn't come forward later on. That's the best part, to get the person's reaction, but I could be satisfied. But 6 to 8-year-olds? There's no way. Even if they were, extremely organized, an extremely organized group, and they all knew each other, and they were all friends, and they coordinated this brilliantly, there's no way that not one of them would come forward later on to admit that it was a prank. I mean, I know I was an 8-year-old at some point, I'm sure all of you were too, right? Would you be able to pull this off and not admit it later on? I certainly would not be able to do that. I would have been laughing my butt off. I mean, that's the other thing, I would be giggling like a madman after this, maybe a few minutes after. There's no way I would be right back to sleep. No chance. And how would they have coordinated exactly when to do it? So, what could have happened here? Some sort of mass possession? I'm reminded of the dancing plague in 1518 in what is now modern-day France, a village or town back then. There was this woman who just started to dance, seemingly randomly, and then other people joined in, and apparently they danced until they died, although that isn't exactly certain. But they just broke out into dance for hours or even days, with no real explanation back then. Was it mass possession by some weird demon that just wanted to kill people in a most unusual way? Now it's thought that it could be related to some sort of toxic fungi. So I'm thinking, if the group there in the cabin, if all those kids ate some weird fungus, and experienced delusions from it, some sort of convulsion at the night, I mean, it would make some sense. They didn't all break out into, dancing in their bunk beds exactly at the same time. So each system would process that toxin a little bit differently. It could be even related to whatever toxin was causing the dancing plague all the way back in 1518. So I could see that being possible. Some sort of toxic fungi or other substance that caused this convulsion. But yeah, that's where I'd leave it. Either some sort of mass possession or some sort of environmental factor that was in that specific area. This is my channel's weekly compendium for the week ending Monday, October 17th, 2022. Case file number 782, written by Vamplexia, an expertly brewed glitch in the Matrix. I work at a bar, and I'm the only daytime bartender available on staff at the moment. One of my main jobs is to make sure liquor and beer is stocked and ready for the dinner rush. When it's slow, I literally fully stock it to the brim as much as possible. Sell 3 beers, go get those 3 to replace them, etc. So it's like 2 p.m. and I notice we have some holes in the beer stock. I have a slow period, so I write a list. 1 Coors Light, 2 Lager, 1 bottle Well Vodka, 1 bottle Mezcal, 1 bottle Merlot. I take my list upstairs to our stockroom to grab the items. I remember grabbing the Coors Light and commenting to myself, the 24-pack is in a different place than it usually is, which makes me look at the bottom as I pick it up, and I clearly read Coors Light. Okay, cool. I get my items and head back down to the bar to put them in their respective homes. Here's where things get interesting. The missing beer that I wrote down as Coors Light is not missing. The Coors are fully stocked. The Miller Lite next to it, however, is missing 1 single beer. Okay, no big deal. I must have mistaken the brand, it happens. Instead of going back upstairs to trade beers, I decide to put the Coors Light on the empty bottom shelf and decide to grab a Miller Lite later. So that's what I do. I put a single bottle of Coors Light on the bottom shelf. I close the cooler and go about doing some other work for the next shift. About half an hour later, a few of my regulars come in, and I know the one lady likes Bud Light, so I turn around to grab it out of the cooler and see that the Coors Light on the bottom shelf is different now. The Coors Light that I almost dropped on my way down the stairs to place it in its home, the Coors Light that I stared at 3 separate times and made mental notes about, is gone. In its place, a bottle of Miller Lite. Miller Lite, not Coors Light. No one was behind my bar but me. I will swear on whatever you want me to. I am dead certain that beer was a Coors Light. But sitting in its place on the bottom shelf is a single bottle of Miller Lite. The crazy thing is today, within the same 4-hour period, 3 separate people in my immediate world have had glitch stories. I was a mild follower before, but now I'm 100% convinced the Matrix glitched today. Case notes for file 782. An expertly brewed glitch in the matrix. So I've been wondering, is the acceleration in the amount of glitches that are happening to people, especially disappearing object phenomena, is that related to universal instability? It's like the universe is losing cohesion. It kinda feels that way, doesn't it? In my core, something feels off. And it sort of feels like these disappearing objects they're disappearing because the universe is trying to realign itself. And these objects have to be in certain locations for certain purposes. It's all back to that butterfly effect. So I don't think these disappearing object phenomena events, or if they're transmuted or just moved around, switch locations, whatever it may be, when they're not where they're supposed to be, I think there's a reason for it. We just can't perceive it. But yeah, let me know if I'm the only one feeling that, like something is a bit off. Past decade has been a bit weird.
Case file number 783, written by No Way Jose 919. The glitch is in the devil. It was like any other day for me. I grew up in the mountains of Puerto Rico, on a little farm where I helped my aunt and uncle with daily tasks. I would feed the animals, herd them back to their stables, clean up after them, etc. This particular day, my uncle had given me a remote control monster truck to reward me for all my hard work. I was so excited to play with it, so I immediately went onto the street to play. I was right in front of the house when this happened, although the view of my aunt and uncle's house was obstructed due to the huge fence and big trees. I was just minding my own business, playing with the remote control monster truck, when I noticed a dust devil. It was huge and it felt like it was calling to me. I got inside the dust devil. I saw a bright light and everything went completely white for a very long time. I honestly have no idea what was going on while everything went white, but when I finally came back to it, my aunt and uncle came running towards me. I was back in front of the house. They picked me up and kept asking me where I went and what I was doing. Apparently, I was gone for about an hour or two, and they couldn't find me. They were just about ready to go to the police when they found me. Such a strange day. I don't think I'll ever figure out what really happened.
Case notes for file 783. The glitch is in the devil. So was this some sort of spirit that created the dust devil, and then when you were inside, isolated away from other people, somehow whisked away your consciousness to some other spot? I'm not sure what the white light was about though. Was that a near-death event, or did you actually die from a dust devil? Maybe there was no dust devil, and the white light was an alien abduction event. You were seeing the beam. Strange that it would be during the day, but probably weren't a lot of people around, so I could see that. The dust devil would just be your mind trying to make sense of it, creating an event that didn't really happen, but that would make sense to you, to block out the memory. Because usually, we don't just completely black out memories, we replace them with something else. Such a small and quick glitch, but it really does give me alien vibes. I like that. Hopefully they treated you well, if that was the case. If something like this happened where I had a memory that didn't seem right, I wouldn't want to try to get to the bottom of it, if that makes sense. Going to hypnotherapy and stuff like that to unlock the repressed memory. I'd be a bit nervous. I'd let it be. But that's just me. Maybe what you'd find out is actually a positive thing. Maybe it is just some entity messing with you. But the white light, that's the weird part.
Bonus file, written by Iger, Loki at the truck stop. This all happened about a decade ago at a travel center in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I worked a night shift as a prep cook there. While there, I had a few strange experiences that I'll detail now. The first was pretty standard. I was chopping onions, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure walk past me and stop in the corner. When I turned to look, no one was there, and I felt the base of my spine go ice cold. Now, to clarify, my family has a history with spirits. Had a great-grandma who was a medium. I used to see shadow figures all the time in my childhood home, until I was 15 or so, and then started seeing them again when I was in a deep depression with suicidal tendencies. Much better now, in my early 20s. That chill down my spine always accompanied these experiences, and I use it as an indicator a spirit is near. Anyway, after that first experience, I started to ask around, and this was a common occurrence here. 3 or 4 people had the exact same thing happen. Busy with a task, a dark figure at the edge of their vision walks by. When they turn to look, it's gone. It would happen again occasionally, but I'd just ignore it. The second thing that happened wasn't a single incident, but something that happened regularly, usually after seeing it in the corner of my eye again. Part of my job as prep cook was making large batches of soups and chilies for the next day. I'd put these 5-gallon pots on the burners with the meat to start browning, turn to chop the veggies, and when I turned back, all my burners would be off. Fairly innocuous, but it happened too often for it to be my error, and again, it was accompanied by a chill down my spine. The final incident actually happened to someone else, but I was present for it. To explain, here's a quick rundown of how our walk-in was laid out. The door was in my prep kitchen. Inside the walk-in was a second door that led to our freezer. The freezer had its own light switch that was located in the regular walk-in fridge. So the line cook goes into the walk-in. I think nothing of it until he comes out hot a few minutes later, wanting to kick my ass. After I calm him down, he tells me he was in the freezer section when all of a sudden the lights turn out and he starts hearing a man laughing, coming from the main walk-in. I let him know that not only was it not me, but I'd been in the kitchen the whole time and no one else had gone in. He goes white as a sheet and doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Anyway, those were my experiences at that truck stop. Thankfully, I don't have much contact with the other side now that I'm in a much better headspace.
Case notes for the bonus file, Loki at the truck stop. Yeah, so the chill down your spine, a lot of us get that, and it's no joke. It's sort of our natural, innate spidey sense, and we all have it to one degree or another. But related to supernatural forces, that's less attributed, or at least less acknowledged. But I do believe it's a superpower we all have that isn't discussed very often, but should be. Now, if this was a trickster, some, not malicious entity, but just some echo that wants to have fun, it goes beyond what I would do. This induces a bit too much fear. Shutting off lights, okay, but the creepy laugh, that's too far. For me anyways. For instance, my current pranks and my roommate involve, plastic wrap in inoptimal places or peanut butter on doorknobs, although Mr. Ben usually takes care of that before the prank is initialized. And there's a lot of supernatural forces that seem to emanate from New Mexico. Sort of like it's a fulcrum for supernatural events or forces. Wonder why. And it's not just spirits, there's more alien activity there too. Why do aliens like that particular spot?
Case file number 784, written by Small Children Irk Me. I skipped an entire day. This first happened to me in the mid-2010s and happened again this week. This week I had a doctor's appointment scheduled on Wednesday. Well, on what I thought was Wednesday and was actually Thursday. I was getting ready when my mom asked what I was doing. I told her I had an appointment and she said no, you had one yesterday. I told her no, it's today. I've had it scheduled for over 6 months. She again says no and that I already went yesterday. I thought she was messing with me, so I turned on my phone and went to show her the date, but it was in fact Thursday. I have no recollection of Wednesday. I don't remember going to the appointment, going grocery shopping afterwards. I don't remember anything. To me, it was like I went to sleep Tuesday night and woke up Thursday morning. But apparently, Wednesday did in fact happen, yet I have no memory of it, and it's messing with me severely. I feel off and dumbfounded. I even checked my health portal, and lo and behold, my after-visit summary was there, along with the notes from the doctor. I also checked my bank app, and there was in fact a purchase made at the grocery store I apparently went to after. I feel like I'm going insane. My brain just skipped this entire day. This happened back in the early 2010s with my brother, where we seemingly skipped a random Wednesday, which makes this even more confusing. It isn't a single occurrence.
Case notes for file 784. I skipped an entire day. So at first, I thought this could be a medical issue. There are conditions that can wipe out your memory for a single day. Could even be drug related. Maybe someone swiped you at the doctor's office. Maybe the purchase made at the grocery store wasn't yours. However, after you mentioned that this happened before to you and your brother, Well, that makes it less likely to be a medical issue, unless it's some sort of genetic factor. It's also very interesting that it happened on a Wednesday again. Is there some relevance to Wednesday specifically that would cause this? And of course, it does appear that it's just memory loss. You still go about your day normally. You weren't abducted by aliens or anything like that. You also weren't in some sort of space-time warped zone. You just were going about your day, and your brother in that one time. If it's not a medical issue, that would disturb me greatly. Both of your brains just didn't register into long-term memory a single day, and specifically on a Wednesday.
Bonus file, written by The Otter. I bargained with a daemon. I, 26 male, live with my wife, 25 female, in a smaller apartment near the Appalachian region. We kinda set out on the outskirts of our city, so we're still close to civilization, like 5 to 10 minutes away. I've always suffered from night terrors and intense nightmares all of my life. In instances of this, I've been told I talk, scream, sit up rapidly, and even stand, but not sleepwalking as I've been told. Once we moved into our current apartment, the terrors increased, and then I began to experience sleep paralysis, I assume. In those moments, a lady would appear. The more I got them, the closer she would get to me. Eventually, she got to my bedside and in some cases even sat near me and watched. In early cases of it, I would even witness her stumble out of my closet from a scuttle hole that leads to the attic. The hole is locked and only the landlord or maintenance can open it. The lady has a unique appearance because she doesn't have features or an appearance, like from a horror movie or even a game I've seen. She is tall at around 7 foot, above 200 centimeters, with long limbs as well. She is very skinny in a yellow dress with a pattern I can't make out. She has about shoulder length black-brown hair. But the one major feature is she has a very large vertically turned single eye with a golden iris that takes up the place for features on the face. After they got too intense for me, I spoke with a close friend who is currently in school for psychology and to become a therapist like his father. He did a paper on my experience and found that there were a few other people with a similar experience like me that live states and even countries away. After that point of trying to look into it, I became worried. I know I have created a tulpa, which is a being that begins as a figment of one's imagination but progresses into physical manifestation. Because the experience started happening more and events began outside of sleep. I started seeing shapes in dark rooms, hearing talking or noise in rooms no one was in, and things being moved frequently, and doors just randomly opening. Once all that started happening, my wife began looking into banishments and cleansed the apartment more frequently. Things got quiet after that, and began to study as well from her and others around her to help things get cleansed. For almost a year now, things were good. No terrors, paralysis, or high strangeness in our home. Until last week, my wife had an instance of OCD because the remote that adjusts our bed was missing off my nightstand. We don't have too much in our bedroom, so it couldn't have gotten far. After 2 hours of searching with no luck and helping her calm down, we finally just went into bed without it. Shortly after, I started to experience a moment of paralysis again, but it felt different. I felt like I was no longer in my room, and the lady from before at my side again was also different. She gave off a much more powerful energy, but also I felt desperation, but calmness from her as well. So the instances were not terrifying. She spoke to me and I couldn't fully understand, but I had a feeling she was wanting to bargain. She offered something lost for some life. Unsure of what this meant, I agreed because I was confused on what truly was happening. Once I did, though, she began to climb over and sit in my lap. In a polite way of saying, we had relations at that moment, but I still felt partially bound, so I could not fight back. Once it was over, things faded to black. Once I woke up, I had the remote in my head. I was holding it with such a death grip my fingers hurt just to let go. I was fully uncovered as well as having some residue on myself and intense lower body pain. I explained to my wife the terror of the night and she is unsure of what to make of this. The lady also returned the night before with another bargain, but I think I asked for more time. Since then, I still feel her presence by my side of the bed, and I think she's waiting for an answer. I'm waiting to know if anyone has any insight of what this might be, or if it's safe to continue the bargains.
Case notes for the bonus file. I bargained with a daemon. There's a lot going on in this story. The first is actually a disappearing object phenomena, with the remote, and other objects too that you describe, but this entity was able to steal it, effectively shifting it out of your dimensional realm, hiding it away, making a deal to return it. One that I don't think I would have taken. Life for the return of a remote? Not a good deal. But this deal is unlike anything I've read on the channel before. It's almost like a crossroads demon. Of course, your soul wasn't exactly on offer. Maybe that's what it was meant by life? I don't know. How could this entity take your soul? Or, another idea is maybe your wife was pregnant, and unbeknownst to both of you, this entity sucked the life out of that unborn child, early stages. In fact, maybe this happens more often than we know, and could be responsible for a lot of the miscarriages that go reported. One other thing that interests me greatly is who sets the rules for what these entities are able to do? As you describe it, cleansing worked, but why specific objects or herbs or whatever it was that you used to cleanse it, why do those work and only for a certain amount of time? Who sets those rules? God or the simulation developers?
Case file number 785, written by Oscillating Ball Product. Error, cannot load object. This happened after work. I was changing out of my EMT pants, which have this small pocket on the leg, kind of down by the calf. I keep my personals in that pocket, so chapstick, my earbuds, which are wireless and in a case, and a microfiber cloth for cleaning my glasses. I folded my EMT pants up and then realized I forgot to grab my earbuds case. I had one earbud in my ear already, out of the pocket. I kind of thought to myself that I'm a dumbass because it's a pain to find the pocket and then pull anything out of it once my pants are off my body, but whatever. I found the pocket, and I know I was in the right pocket because I felt my microfiber and my chapstick, but I didn't feel my earbuds case. Keep in mind, this is a really small pocket. Like only my fingers fit in all the way, and my earbud case usually fills up most of the pocket. I thought to myself, damn it, I must have forgotten to put the case back in my pocket, and now it's in the ambulance cabin somewhere. I was about to throw on a pair of shorts to go look in the ambulance, when I thought to myself, well, I guess I should probably grab my microfiber cloth since I have the pocket pulled out already. I stuck my hand back in the pocket and bam, there was my earbud case, as well as my microfiber and chapstick still. Like I said, not crazy, but I'm convinced my earbud case just failed to load the first time. There was no space for it to hide.
Case notes for file 785. Error, cannot load object. So again, this represents the fact that there are, I think, two different types of disappearing object phenomena. One where entities are taking stuff from us, and one where the universe is simply phasing objects out of our dimension or just not rendering them at all, like in a video game. It would explain why objects return sometimes, and sometimes right away. It was just a glitch from the universe itself, and other times it's an entity, whereas you can actually ask them to return the object and they'll return it. So that seems to be what's going on here. There's entities involved from other dimensions, I guess, and then also the universe just isn't completely perfect. Not as perfect as it tries to maintain a presence of.
Case file number 786, written by IMWG. The well-brewed and bubbly glitch. I've been going over and over in my head to make sure this wasn't a hallucination or other explainable thing. I already have exhausted my options. 2 years ago, me and my girl moved to a different city and rented a room in a shared house. It was a very small room, just space for a closet, a bed, a table, and one of those small fridges. Don't know if you got a word for it in English. After a few months there, the virus had hit, and one of the times I went out to buy supplies, I also bought, of course, 4 beers. I put all 4 in our small fridge. I opened one, she opened one. I finished first and got my other one in the fridge. I don't remember if the thing had happened by then or not. and then she asked me to get another one for her shortly after. To my surprise, when I opened the fridge again, absolutely no beers were there. It should have one, hers. The fridge was empty. We used the main fridge downstairs for other stuff we wouldn't use soonish, so it was easy to see that there was literally no beer or nothing in there. I asked her to look at me. She was pissed off at first, thinking I had drank hers too. Then she confirmed that she wasn't seeing the beer either. I went over the store receipt. 4 beers. I didn't miscount. I looked everywhere around the room. She helped as well. We only found 3 empty bottles. She took a picture of the empty fridge and sent it to a friend who replied, "Yep, nothing there." So maybe hallucination is off the table. We went to sleep that night. She left soon to work. Essential worker and restrictions were also not that bad yet. I worked from home, so I stayed in the room all day, even checked the fridge again just in case she was trying to prank me. Nothing there. Went out to meet her by the station and also bought one more thing for the meal I'd cooked that I'd forgotten the day before. I also bought some yogurt, and when I went upstairs, opened the small fridge to store the yogurts, what the hell do I see? The freaking lost beer. To this day, I have absolutely no idea what the hell happened. If it was a glitch, have the beer entered a multiverse for some hours and got back? Was it all in our heads? It was absurdly weird to experience, especially for me being a very skeptical person.
Case notes for file 786. A well-brewed and bubbly glitch. I'm quite convinced that the universe is a simulation of some sort. However, running the simulation, because there's so much detail in the universe, would be incalculably complex. Even with all the computational power that the real world might offer, I think there are certain liberties and technical wizardry that has to be involved for it to appear as seamless as it does. For instance, there's rare occasions where people report that the sun just blips out or they can't hear anything at the same time. Sort of like all the simulation just fails to process for a tiny amount of time. Like the servers running the simulation are needed elsewhere for some other task, at least for a tiny amount of time by our perspective. It's almost like a memory leak occurs and RAM has to be cleared and reset. Hell, maybe even entire server crashes occur, but our memories are wiped, and that could be responsible for déjà vu to some extent.
Case file number 787, written by My Theme, 1949. The pirates in our neighborhood mysteriously vanished. We moved into our home last year. A small, fairly new property with an odd layout that's out of character with the other houses around, most being quite old. Family and friends are not keen on the house, but we like it. There's a certain quirky charm. We have this long, thin, overgrown garden at the back. To the right is our neighbor's garden, tidy and a lot wider. To our left, we went back to the end of 3 other gardens, these houses being on the next street but backing onto ours. A few weeks ago, after a storm, while repairing the damage to a couple of fence panels, I realized something. Now, there seemed to be only 2 houses to the left. It was a strange feeling. Maybe we miscounted? The thing is, we remember details about the house that is no longer there. The houses are or were attached. One end house belongs to an old couple, keen on gardening. The other end to a solitary older man with an aggressive dog. The middle house, the one that vanished, belonged to a family with teenage children. We remember noticing their old pirate-themed playhouse, complete with a flag, when we first came to view our home. Sometimes, we would see the older son playing on his computer from our upstairs window. Now we cannot even see his window, just a large tree obscuring the view growing in the corner of the gardening couple's property. The missing house had a trampoline in the garden. Before we could see standing in the middle of ours was a small yappy dog often running about, all gone. The 2 houses left are still attached. Each has several large trees growing in the gardens. We don't remember there being quite so many. The solitary older man's garden now seems too wide compared to his neighbors. It doesn't affect us, it's just slightly unsettling and kinda cool in an odd way.
Case notes for file 787. The pirates in our neighborhood mysteriously vanished. So I read further in the thread, and you do mention that the neighbors you talk to and you just ask about the history of the area, if they, also remember a house being there that isn't there anymore, pirate themed, without directly mentioning it, because obviously you don't want to seem crazy. I get that. One thing that's possible is that the storm was actually more deadly than you think, and there wasn't just minor damage. Maybe this is a quantum immortality from your whole family. You suffered through a storm that was devastating, and you all died, and now you're in a different universe. And in this universe, there is a big change in that this pirate-themed home isn't there. That's quite sad. I don't want to miss a pirate-themed home. That's awesome. I want that.
Case file number 788. Written by Big Little Bry. No engine can do this. So, I went to pick up some food from a restaurant at the mall. I've been to this restaurant a ton of times. I got back to my car after picking up my food, put my GPS on, and started driving my usual route. There's this loop on the way to my boyfriend's house that I have to take on the highway that I always remember because it's a little tricky to merge back onto the highway. I took this loop and headed to the direction of my boyfriend's house, which I'm used to. I blanked out for a second, looked down at my GPS because I didn't recognize where I was, and I noticed there's a turnaround coming up on my GPS. I look up and realize I'm approaching the light where I turn left to go to the mall restaurant. I was extraordinarily confused because there's no way I could have gotten off my highway after the loop and go back in the direction of the mall. I looked at my GPS just to double check if I accidentally put in another address because maybe I was in car hypnosis and ended up looking at my GPS and going the wrong way. But no, it was directing me to my boyfriend's house. I always put on my GPS out of habit, even when I know where I'm going, just to keep up with delays. I was so confused and shaken up by this because I have no memory between getting off the loop and merging, and then ending up back near the mall. I'm still so confused about how this happened. Also, yesterday, I was driving with my boyfriend, and there was a tow truck transporting a small truck. I looked in the small truck and saw a man in it, and glowing lights, like he had neon lights in his car and a bright radio display or something. I immediately pointed it out to my boyfriend because I thought it was funny that a guy was just chilling in his truck while getting towed. I speed up and get near it so my boyfriend can see, and surprise, surprise, nobody was in the car. What's happening?
Case notes for file 788. No engine can do this. So at first I was just thinking, okay, you're driving, higher chances of death, could be quantum immortality. But then you mentioned this figure in a car being towed. Maybe it's some sort of spirit that's haunting the highway? Why? I don't know. This maybe could be an explanation for all these events where people are just zapping forward in time or in space without any recollection of traveling that distance. Some sort of entity that continuously possesses people in specific locations and just wipes their memory as a result? I'm not sure though, because this can happen to multiple people in the same car. So is this entity possessing multiple people at the same time? Is that possible?
Case file number 789, written by Breaking My Habit. I know he was in bed. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, and I've never experienced anything like this before. But after what just happened, I'm covered in goosebumps and I don't have an explanation. It's honestly terrifying. My boyfriend texted me that he was going to bed from his office. I got up a couple minutes after he sent that and headed to the bedroom. When I opened the door, I saw him lying down in bed facing away from me towards the wall. I swear I saw him and his hair. I asked if he was okay and I heard him mumble a response. I didn't completely hear, but it was his voice. I looked away for a split second to put down my water bottle on my nightstand, and he was suddenly gone. I panicked. I thought maybe he was playing a prank on me and was hiding behind the bed. I told him it wasn't funny. I asked where he went. It's a narrow bedroom, so he couldn't have walked past me. I go to look behind the bed, absolutely losing my mind, and he isn't there. I keep asking where he went, hoping that he will come out and it's all a joke. He wasn't hiding anywhere behind or under the bed. I'm still freaked out because I was sure I also heard his voice and saw him. At this point, I go back into the hallway completely panicked, and a few seconds later, my boyfriend walks out of his office. He was really confused to see me so panicked and asked what was wrong. I didn't even know how to start to explain. He was never in the bedroom. We are both freaked out.
Case notes for file 789. I know he was in bed. So this triggered a memory in the deep recesses of my mind. I remember having a teddy bear when maybe I was 8 or 9, living in Saint-Eustache, a little town in Quebec. But I remember looking at the teddy bear as I was getting into bed, and then looking back over, like 2 seconds later, and the teddy bear wasn't there. So I guess that was my first glitch before the tennis balls. A teddy bear was stolen. But I didn't really give it any thought back then as a kid. I don't know why, because it is very weird now that I think about it as an adult. But yeah, back then it was just like, okay, I guess a teddy bear's gone. Never saw it again. It was a Winnie the Pooh themed. In your case though, obviously not a teddy bear, a real life human being. A man, and he just wasn't there. And I don't think it's astral projection. He was still awake, not affected at all in any conceivable way. The only thing I can think of that makes sense is that you just were seeing into a different universe parallel to ours, and in that universe your boyfriend was in bed earlier. It's simple, and I think it explains a lot of things. We're able to see into other universes, perhaps more often than we realize. But only see, not necessarily cross over, unless we die.
Creepy file number 51, written by Tea Time at 3, the dumbest hitman in the world. To give a little context, I used to work at an apartment complex. As a result, I've had my fair share of creepy encounters. Most residents keep to themselves and don't cause issues, probably about 95% of the time, but the other 5% took up almost all my time. Isaac was one of the 5%. When he first rented his apartment, he definitely had stoner vibes, but he was nice enough and passed his background check. Almost immediately, however, he started causing issues. The lady next door complained she could smell his smoke constantly. The guy downstairs complained he could hear his stereo all hours of the day and night. Another resident accused him of following him home one night. The police were regularly there breaking up fights between him and his girlfriends. We caught him hiding 2 large dogs in his apartment, and he regularly let them run loose, which ultimately resulted in another dog and 2 people getting attacked. He accidentally discharged a gun in his apartment once. Needless to say, he caused a lot of issues. At first, he was very apologetic and said he would make an effort to remedy the problems. But things kept getting worse, and after a year of weekly calls or notices from the office, he eventually became standoffish. One morning, I received a call from Isaac, letting me know he'd broken up with one of his girls and she wouldn't leave the apartment. He asked me to personally come up and remove her. I'm a small woman, so even if I wanted to take the risk, I physically wouldn't be capable of wrestling an angry woman out of his apartment. I suggested he call the police. He then asked if I could make a maintenance man come up to remove her. I offered to call the police on his behalf, but Isaac said he didn't want to involve them and hung up. A few hours later, Isaac came down to the office with a jump drive and said he needed to print out a 50-plus page document. Residents weren't technically allowed to use our office printer, but on the rare occasion someone asked to, I usually didn't say no. It was an easy way to build good rapport. But between Isaac becoming such a problem tenant and how large his document was, I told him I couldn't print his document. I gave the excuse that our paper, toner, print history was monitored and we would get in trouble for printing such a large document out for him. Not liking my answer, he started screaming about how it was bullcrap. He accused me of being useless, bringing up my refusal to fight his ex and power tripping. He called me a freaking B-word multiple times and said someone needed to bring me down a peg. I was pretty over him at this point and told him that if he was going to behave like a child that he needed to leave. He told me I couldn't make him. Bluntly, I told him he would leave or I would call the police and have him removed, but also told him I would ban him from the office going forward. Normally, I tried to kill the residents with kindness, but his lease was ending in a week, and I didn't care anymore if he hated me. My threat seemed to work. He angrily knocked over my pen holder and then slammed both doors hard as he left. The following morning, a cop was waiting for me when I got to work. He asked if Isaac was a resident, and I confirmed he was. The officer explained that the body of a teen had been discovered the day before and Isaac was their prime suspect. He was the last person to text the kid asking where to meet him, where his body was found shortly after the message. The police believe Isaac had been paid to kill him. Based on the timing of the text and when the boy was discovered, Isaac would have to have left my office and gone directly there. Ultimately, the police wanted to use Isaac's move-out day as an opportunity to try and catch him. To nobody's surprise, he did not show up. When I walked his apartment to inspect for damage, there was a lot. I found a bank receipt from the day of the murder. Someone had wired him $17,000. I thankfully never saw Isaac again. He was caught in another country a few months later and is now in prison.
Case notes for creepy file number 51. The dumbest hitman in the world. So, not too much to say on this one. It's rather comical at the ending, and justice was served, which is nice. But not exactly the brightest bulb, is he? You'd think if you're a hitman, you'd try to hide it better. Be a positive member of society, and engage with your neighbors well and sincerely. But again, that's the whole thing about this story. He wasn't exactly smart. And so, he's in prison. That's one thing they say. Prison isn't necessarily where all the bad people end up, it's where all the dumb criminals end up, and all the smart ones are in Washington, D.C.
Case file number 790, written by Revnia. My somersault animation was stuck on loop. This glitch happened when I was in high school, a few years back. My friend and I were being little butts and messing with the neighbor's inflatable kiddie pool, and I did a somersault into the pool using one of those plastic slides for toddlers. When I started rolling, it felt like time froze for me. Everything went completely still, and it seemed like my vision was coated with this bright milky filter. It didn't look like anything was moving or spinning. I was completely stuck. I shook my head and my vision immediately went back to normal. I looked over to my friend, and she was staring at me with her mouth open, and I remember the most terrified, "How the hell did you do that?" ever. To her, it looked like I was stuck in a weird loop where I froze in place and was doing some somersaults seamlessly. I guess sort of like when you make a video game character walk into a wall or a dead end. They keep walking or running and rolling, etc., but they aren't actually going anywhere. But the walking animations are all the same. Nothing like this ever happened again. My friend and I never brought it up again, it was too weird. Also, no history of epilepsy.
Case notes for file 790. My somersault animation was stuck on loop. So an interesting thought I had, if we live in a simulation, all of our characters, our bodies, the physical manifestation in the world, they're inanimate by default and they're animated by us. The life force that connects to it. Think of controlling a character in The Sims. Without the player that's in the real world controlling it, it doesn't do anything. Or at least it has no life. It can imitate it. You have things that are alive, at least as we consider it, viruses, plants, and so on. They have intelligence in a sense, but they have no sentience, self-awareness, or ability to act of their own will. Now, if all this is true, then it's presumed that any action we take has to be programmed in the universe. So animations and so on. So maybe your animation literally was just stuck on loop, replayed for some reason. The universe just wasn't able to process that request at that immediate moment for some reason. It makes sense. There's games like EVE Online, where if a certain amount of people are congregated in a specific spot, in effect, the server processing power dynamically loads for that specific area, and other places have less processing power. So if something was really intensely happening at that moment when you were doing the somersault, there just wasn't enough processing power available in that node to effectuate the animation. So you were frozen for a small amount of time. Pretty interesting. And a bit disturbing, really. You hope they upgrade the servers a bit.
Creepy file number 52, written by, well this is weird, 20, The Cult of Dirt Dance and Death. I, 28 female, have lived in the same apartment for 4 years. My neighbors in the unit above me are a couple in their 30s who have lived there for about 3 years with no issues between us. During the past 6 months, I've noticed some changes in their behaviors. At first, it was just a few days per week. I'd hear music with heavy bass, accompanied by rhythmic jumping. I just assumed they bought an exercise bike or something, but sometimes the jumping gets so intense that it shakes my overhead light fixtures. The jumping routine has been escalating to the point that it takes place every day, normally between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. I also noticed that they called 1-800-JUNK and got rid of a lot of nice possessions. However, I figured none of this was my business, so I kept my observations to myself. About 3 weeks ago, everything escalated. Multiple times per week, on weekdays and during working hours, it sounds like they're hosting a mini Burning Man event in their apartment. The music is so loud and clear that it sounds as if I'm at a concert while sitting in my own living room. There's clearly a lot of people involved because the jumping and stomping shakes multiple light fixtures and cabinets. The music is a mix of new age/spiritual vibes, dance beats, and a male voiceover giving weird instructions like rebrand yourself, surrender yourself, stomp stomp in response. I've taken audio recordings on my phone and one video from the hallway during these events. I still didn't complain to the building, but I wanted evidence in case it became a regular thing. This week I've encountered a big problem. The couple above me has a private patio, which is directly above my bedroom. I came home from a 3-day trip out of town yesterday, and my ceiling is legitimately collapsing in one corner. Big chunks of plaster had fallen to the ground, and I saw a little water. I immediately called my superintendent since I don't want to be buried alive by my ceiling rubble if it gives out. When he came to check it out, he was shocked and pissed. He said that the woman and the couple appears to be working with some people, doing workshops or something. He can see their patio from his apartment window and has watched the group do these dancing plus jumping plus dirt rituals out there on a weekly basis. He said they all dance and jump to the music and then spread dirt, along with something else he doesn't know what it is, across the patio on a weekly basis. He believes that the dirt plus unknown substance combo is getting through the wooden cracks, absorbing water, and weighing down my ceiling. In order to fix the problem, my super said he had to go talk to the woman, check out their patio, and ultimately hire a contractor to pull up the wood to scrape out whatever the hell is causing my ceiling to fall in. I could hear them talking from my room, and the woman sounded distraught and defensive. When my super left, he called me and warned me that she might try to come down to my apartment and demand to see the damage, but don't let her in. This was a little concerning to me. Is she a threat? The damage is real, I wouldn't mind showing her. She started playing her music again, relatively loudly, kind of like a warning shot. I mentioned the music and jumping to the super and said I had audio recordings. He started begging me to send the evidence to the front office. It sounds like he wants them evicted. I said, okay, sure. I hate to be a rat, but if I have to choose sides, I'll side with the building that dictates my annual rent price. He called me twice more that afternoon to confirm that I shared my evidence, and I said yes. Shortly after everything went down, I left my apartment to run an errand. The woman was outside just standing on the sidewalk and stared at me the whole time as I walked by. I ignored her. This isn't my fault. Now today, I went to run another quick errand in the neighborhood. When I returned, the couple was again standing on the sidewalk. Both of them this time followed me into the building and then waited until I was opening my apartment door to confront me. They were both wearing creepy fake smiles. The woman has horse girl hair down to her waist and started interrogating me. They asked, "Is your ceiling really collapsing? When did it start? Do you think it was related to the recent rainfall? Because our patio is just fine." I was a little uncomfortable. Were they waiting for me outside? How did they know I even left the building? Why were they both standing there? I've literally never seen them enter together in their 3 years of living here. But I have nothing to hide, so I confirm the damage is pretty bad. I just don't want it to fall during the winter. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but hopefully the work will be done quickly for everyone's sake. They seemed satisfied enough, so I said have a good day and shut my door. I'm getting the sense that they're nervous about what the contractors will find when they tear open the patio. What the hell is up with the dirt rituals? Who are these people she's working with? I don't know what they look like or why they're available to stomp around on weekdays. The repair work has started on both sides, but the contractors will come on Wednesday for the grand reveal of what's under the patio that's making my ceiling collapse. In the meantime, I feel like I need to be alert and keep my eyes out for these people, as well as a couple. It's unusual for me to see them in general, especially twice in 2 days. They seem scared and in denial of the problem. They also literally ambush me. The contractors came today and reported that there was in fact dirt and sludge visible below the neighbor's patio. However, thanks to the help of my internet sleuthing friend, I've gained a lot more insight into the realm that dwells above me. Someone suggested that my neighbor is affiliated with multiple ecstatic dance communities, both international and local. The international group has planned events during which all cells of the organization host dance sessions simultaneously. It also has a YouTube channel that streams psytrance music 24/7. I listened to a portion of it and a female voiceover declared, "You are becoming the Game Master." Meanwhile, the local groups seem to be more exclusive and more radical in their mindset. One of the local groups, hosted by my neighbor's good friend, conducts 3-day events that cost upwards of $400 for admission. Participation in all 3 days is mandatory. I get the impression they all sleep in the studio space, and the event description mentions that it begins with a ritual. The last and darkest affiliation that I've confirmed via social media footprints is that my neighbor and a few members of the local communities are also involved with some compassionate death groups. There's no way for me to verify at this time if these affiliations overlap in a meaningful way, so I will simply state the facts that I have evidence to prove. My super asked me about the jumping again when I saw him today. He remains eager to act. He agreed with my new game plan to wait for another large event to happen, and then call him to check on my dishwasher so he can intervene. So for now, the ways in which the puzzle pieces of ecstatic dance, compassionate death, patio, dirt rituals, and ceiling collapse connect will remain a mystery.
Case notes for the creepy file number 52, The Cult of Dirt, Dancing, and Death. Yeah, so real quick on this one, I just want to say that it's very unique as story goes, and I've never had neighbors as crazy as this. Yeah, you get your Pilates groups and Tupperware moms and so on, but never dirt. And what's with the dirt? It's like a hippie cult of some sort. I have to look into this a bit more, but yeah, psytrance, dirt cult, death groups. What a world we live in, huh?
Case file number 791, written by 89. This was beyond our dimension. This happened to me approximately 15 years ago. I've tried to rationalize what happened to me so many times over the years and convince myself it never happened or that I was dreaming. But each time I do that, I keep coming back to how well I remember things about that day. I remember exactly what I was wearing. I remember the exact feel of the chilly breeze against my skin that day, and I remember the feeling of the cold stone step I was sitting on. I have never remembered a dream with such clarity. I had a bad childhood, grew up very poor. When this happened, I was about 17 years old, between 4 to 5 p.m. on an autumn evening, and I'd just had one of many huge arguments with my grandmother and my brother. I left the house in anger and sat down on the stone step outside to get away from them. Pretty much as soon as I sat down, I looked up into the sky above the houses opposite where I lived, and I saw this huge black thing silently hovering overhead. I've tried and tried over the years to be able to describe it better than a thing, but I just can't. I've tried drawing it, and again, I just can't seem to get it right. You know how a stealth aircraft has lots of angles to it? That's the closest thing I can compare it to, except it looked like no human aircraft I've ever seen. It looked as if it had windows on the front, and I definitely got the impression that just as I was staring at it transfixed, whoever or whatever was inside this thing was scrutinizing me as it hovered motionless and silent in the sky above me. I have no idea how long I stared at it for. It could have been a long time or just a few seconds. But I remember I felt absolutely no fear whatsoever during any of this, only a sense of astonishment at what I was seeing and wondering if anyone else was seeing what I was. I don't remember seeing any other people on the street at the time, nor any vehicles passing by. That's my story, and I have no memory of what happened after I saw it, nor do I remember taking my eyes off of it. I had forgotten about the whole thing for a number of years until a random conversation with my girlfriend somehow made me remember it. I have since researched the strange and paranormal and read somewhere that these types of encounters can occur to younger people or those who are going through periods of heightened emotional stress. I realize people are going to call me crazy or mock me for what happened, but I know what I saw, and I'd be very interested to get opinions from others or find out if anyone else has encountered anything similar.
Case notes for file 791. This was beyond our dimension.
One interesting component to the story is the fact that you didn't experience any fear. This seems to be a common reoccurrence whenever people are dealing with potential extra-dimensional or extraterrestrial aliens, that they don't experience fear, at least looking back on the memory. Maybe they do and it's all suppressed, a fictitious memory. You know, this is the first time I've heard windows mentioned on a UFO, which makes me actually believe it might not be extraterrestrial. It might be human-designed, and not something you've ever seen because it's a military test. I'm sure they have really advanced technology, and indeed stealth technology, that to us would just look like it doesn't belong, I guess is the best way to say it. And it's not that unusual. I mean, you could imagine having cameras all over a ship recording the other side and then projecting it forward. We can do that now. I think especially at night, it's conceivable that you are just seeing some human craft that we have that is a test being conducted. Maybe even deliberately over a civilian population to see if anyone reports a UFO. It's a good way to test if it works. Case file number 792, written by Anonymous. A second chance at the beach. This happened when my friends and I went to the beach and we got into the water. After a while, the waves got much stronger, but not too much so we stayed in, but we did get closer to the beach. But then, I swear, there was a 5-meter tall wave, and I swam like crazy back to the beach, but I couldn't make it. I had my glasses on and opened my eyes to see where I was, except they weren't burning, and I didn't see any scent, but green water and stones. Try to imagine Minecraft cobblestone, but without being pixelated, at the bottom of a green, empty, silent ocean. That's pretty much what I saw. 2 seconds after that, I somehow got out of the water, even though it had pushed me down, and took a deep breath. I noticed I didn't have my glasses on, so we went home and that's it. The weird thing is that I saw stones and not a single piece of sand. Also, the water here isn't super clean, but definitely enough to not look so green. I also didn't notice I didn't breathe. The image still comes up every day or two in my mind, not knowing if I died and living after my death or just living in general, but I don't know how I survived.
Case notes for file 792. A second chance at the beach. So I'm struck as this more being a guardian angel event? Something pulled you from the bottom of the water and probably prevented you from actually hitting your head on the cobblestone at the bottom. Because that's actually a common way to die if you're in the shallow ocean. A wave crashes into you, slams your head into the bottom corals or stone, whatever it is, and then you just die. Sometimes you remember your own death, which is one of the freakiest aspects of quantum immortality. I think it's probably a guardian angel event, as you don't notice anything different with the universe. And on a side note, while I do like the beach, I'm actually afraid to go in the water, mainly because of jellyfish. They're so white or translucent, you can't even tell they're there until they're on you and you're stung. And even if you don't die from it, the pain is apparently horrific. So I'd like to avoid that. The sharks don't terrify me, it's those damn jellyfish. Stay away.
Bonus file, written by Sour Cream King. The Mist That Twisted a Soul. This happened back in 1994 or 95, when I was about 16 years old. I was spending the summer at our cabin with my family and a friend from school. We were easily bored, so one evening we got the brilliant idea to walk to the nearest town. The walk was about 34 kilometers, so we packed some snacks and drinks and set off around midnight. What started as a fun walk and adventure was getting more and more a struggle as the hours passed by. We thought we'd make the trip in a few hours. Well, we were wrong. After about 4 hours, we get to a long, straight stretch of road. To the left of us is a large lake, and to the right, a steep cliffside. A cold mist rose from the lake, cool and refreshing. 20 meters or so in front of us, we noticed a figure walking towards us. This was the first person we'd seen all night, so we looked forward to exchanging a few words with another human and asking how far our destination was. Our spirits were lifted, and we walked towards the person in front of us, clearly a man. The strange thing is, we never seemed to get any closer, and he was walking towards us. We were a bit confused, but ultimately thought it was some optical illusion. Surely we would meet him soon. But then we stepped out of the mist, and there was no person there. Puzzled, we stopped and looked around. The lake was completely still, not even a ripple, so he hadn't gone in the water. The vertical, mountainous cliff on the other side of the road was impossible to climb unless you had serious equipment. Dumbfounded, we stood there for a little while, anticipating this guy to appear, but he never did. We took a short break, got hydrated, and kept walking. 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 completely exhausted teenagers staggered into the town we had set out towards the night before. Our little trip ended up taking 7 hours, and to add insult to injury, it turned out no buses drove the route to our cabin on Sundays. This was a Sunday. Defeated, we found a payphone and called my father. Moments later, he and my grandpa were on their way to pick us up. The wait was only 30 to 45 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. We were so incredibly glad to see them drive up. My friend and I got in and just sat in the back, half asleep. On the way back, my grandpa started telling a story from the early 60s. He said that just up ahead, a young man had crashed his car into a cliff, and the car burst into fire. The next day, a passing motorist found the burnt-out car and the dead guy several hundred meters away. He had apparently walked on fire to try and get to the lake. The lake? My friend and I woke up with a bang. We looked out the car window and saw we were at the exact place where we saw a person in the mist the night before. My grandpa continued to tell me that several people had reported seeing a man walking along the road at night to just disappear when they stopped to talk to him. My friend and I just looked at each other. We hadn't mentioned our experience, and we had never heard that story before. To this day, I still get goosebumps driving on that stretch of road.
Bonus file: The Mist That Twisted a Soul. So first off, I want to commend you on quite a walk. That's like 20 miles or more? Damn. I'm up to walking maybe 7 miles a day, and it feels good, but 20 miles? That's a trek. Not something I'd be able to do now, or at least not comfortably. My feet would be very achy. Now, mist being mentioned is interesting, not just because I love the movie, but because there's a lot of reports whenever mist is involved, fog, heavy fog, anything that obscures vision, I guess, where supernatural events unfold, or glitches too. Vision, sight, perception, anything that blocks you from witnessing or being connected to the outside world seems to have some profound effect on reality, enabling maybe a easier crossing for entities or just spirits. Imagine that's part of why we don't see spirits all the time, and they're kind of rare. It's just because the membrane between our dimension has to be a bit thinner, and maybe it has to do with human perception and consciousness. The more there's a concentration of it, the harder it is to phase through. That's pure speculation, but I like the sound of it.
Case file number 793, written by Animated Major, Glimpsing the Apocalypse. So this story is about 20 years old now. I'm 40, I was 20 at the time. I remember it very clearly, as does my mother. We were on a trip from Utah to California, passing into San Diego. The trip has an overpass that we pass under, and we have made that trip 1,000 times over the course of my life. We always use that overpass to signify the start or end of the trip, depending on which way we're going. So this trip had been grueling. We had a lot of car trouble, and had been harassed by California border agents because they caught us with ferrets once, a few years earlier. So they regularly demanded to search our car in case we were smuggling wild animals. With that in mind, we were ready to get home. It was hitting sunset as we approached the city. We passed under the landmark overpass, and my mom sighed and said, "We're home." And I cheered and went back to listening to music. It usually took about 45 minutes from the overpass to get to our doorstep. After roughly half an hour of driving, we both started getting confused. We were passing under freeways that we wouldn't normally pass under. I started looking around to see if we had missed something when my mom said, "What is that?" And I saw something to this day that makes my head dizzy when I think too hard about it. The buildings around us were crumbling, and the freeways over us had vines and stuff hanging from them. I audibly gasped, and my mom just started saying, "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" Then it was dark, and we were on the freeway, and we were passing under the overpass, except we were going the wrong way, heading out of the city instead of coming in. My mom freaked out, pulled over, and started freaking out even more. I couldn't even think clearly. We were both just unable to cope with what we had seen, or where we were. We realized we were missing a couple hours, and we eventually just said it was a shared hallucination and she had been driving in a daze because of the long day. To this day, we both cannot explain what we saw or justify how we ended up on the freeway heading out of the city. I recently brought it up to my mother, and she got really quiet and said she remembered, told me what she remembered, which matched my memories, and wouldn't talk about it further. She refused to speculate or discuss it any further than the cold hard fact of, this happened. This is what happened. That's it. That was probably the craziest glitch I've ever seen. Take it as you will, or don't. It doesn't matter to me.
Case notes for file 793, Glimpsing the Apocalypse. So damn, this is a bit topical now, with the constant threat of nuclear Armageddon being a reality. I don't want to be a bummer, and I don't think that'll come to pass, at least not in this universe, but it is a distinct possibility, at least in the grand scheme of the multiverse. If it did happen, quantum immortality, we'd just zip to a better universe, hopefully. It's one of those branching paths that humanity might walk down, or stumble down, idiotically. Let's not be part of the Great Barrier for the Fermi Paradox. We can rise above that, I hope. But that does seem to be what happened. You glimpsed into a parallel universe, either in the future, probably a timeline glitch, but it could just be a parallel universe where things already fell apart pretty well, you know? Maybe just in that local area there was a nuclear device that dropped. There's also neutron bombs that don't really devastate the infrastructure as much, but they just kill people. Either way though, it's just terrible to think about. I can understand being freaked out for sure. Of course, this happened 20 years ago, so it wouldn't be related to today's events, but still, it's within a time period that is small enough where these things can just happen. Wasn't that long ago that the Cuban Missile Crisis was on us, and we were saved from nuclear Armageddon by the decision of one general, so, you know, sometimes one choice really does make a difference.
Case file number 794, written by Rossetti. Telepathy between mother and daughter. Yesterday, my daughter, 2.5 years old, was playing with a rather large hawk feather my husband has had around for years. She had been playing with it for a bit while I was writing a paper on my computer, not looking up, but just noticing her out of the corner of my eye. Did you guys know that the tweet was going around a while back, went something like, "When he tickles you with a bird leaf, I love it." And then someone responds, "You harlot, you mean a feather?" So I thought in my head to say, "What you got there, kiddo? A bird leaf?" But I stopped myself, because I wouldn't want to confuse her and get her in the habit of calling it a bird leaf. I hadn't even spoken yet, just had the thought, and my 2-year-old says, "No, mommy, it's not a bird leaf, it's a feather." There's no way in the world she has ever heard the term bird leaf before. There's no explanation other than a telepathic moment between mother and daughter.
Case notes for file 794, Telepathy between mother and daughter. People often associate children with a heightened sense of awareness, like a third eye, that's not fully mellowed out or blocked out by age. And that's the thing, as adults, we have so many mental filters that build up over time because the world is infinitely complex, and without those filters, we'd go crazy. The older you get, the more filtered and processed it becomes, which can be very useful, of course, but it does murk things out, I guess you could say. So, along those lines, I guess, your child was able to connect to your mental state telepathically, but very precisely, knowing 2 specific words that they had no business possibly knowing. A bird leaf. That's funny too, I like that.
Case file number 795, written by 17 Demon Jerks, Stepping into Another Universe. This happened when I was around 18 or 19, but I remember it vividly because of how jarring and confusing it was. I've had a few odd experiences with dreams, but nothing in the middle of the day like this. So when this happened, I was still living at home with my parents, and we lived in my childhood home. This home was pretty much all I ever knew, as we moved there when I was 3 years old. I had a habit of going on daily walks in the nearby park, something I did nearly every single day since I was 14 or 15 years old, up until I moved out. It was a summer, around 1 to 2 p.m., and I went to leave the house for one of my walks. I slipped my shoes on and went to open the door as usual. But when I stepped out of the house and looked up, my neighborhood felt completely wrong. It didn't exactly look different. Everything looked exactly the same as it usually did. The small ravine next to our house, the tree in the front yard, the steep driveway, and our neighbors' houses, all of it looked completely normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something really wrong and different with it all. It felt as if reality was warped or something. I stood on my front porch for a minute or so, trying to figure out what felt so incredibly wrong with my neighborhood. After a while, though, I figured I was just being silly and made my way down to the driveway. When I was about halfway down, my neighbor, who was tending to his garden across the street, looked up towards me, stared at me as if he saw a ghost, his face going completely pale, and opened his mouth to speak. Before I could even stare at him in confusion, before he had gotten a single word out, I was back inside my own house at my front door about to leave. I was completely shaken. I had no idea how I ended up back in my front door. I had no idea what I just experienced, and when I pulled the door open, it was completely normal. Nothing felt wrong anymore. It was all glaringly normal. The only difference was when I opened my front door again, my neighbor was not out front gardening. I decided not to go for a walk that day. Years later, I have no idea what I experienced, and as weird as it sounds, the part that freaks me out the most is how wrong my neighborhood felt despite looking exactly the same. So, between the weird teleportation back indoors and my neighbor acting as if he was staring at a ghost, the feeling of wrongness is the thing that bothers me the most. I don't know how to explain it. I didn't feel unsafe, it didn't feel dreadful, it just felt like I was looking at a completely different version of my neighborhood at that moment, and I don't think I will ever forget it. I've never really told anyone about this as I'm usually a pretty skeptical person, but I've had no way to explain this.
Case notes for file 795, Stepping into Another Universe. The way you describe your neighbor looking at you, it's almost as if he saw a ghost. And I think this could all be related. I think when we're seeing ghosts or echoes or spirits, however we describe it, they're there, but slightly out of phase with our dimension. And if you're able to see them, you're just closer to our dimension. It's a gradient, not exactly a one step in, one step out. When we're talking about dimensions, you can have slight overlap, and it just looks wrong. And I think that's what your neighbor was sensing. And you were sensing it too, not exactly that your neighborhood was wrong, it's that you weren't in sync with the reality itself. So the neighborhood was normal, but you were out of sync, and you felt it. Even though you couldn't visually see it, you just knew something was entirely wrong. It might even be a quantum immortality thing. You were slightly dying, but not all the way yet, and your spirit was slightly being attuned, being pulled away, I guess you could say, slowly. And that would explain how you teleported back inside and just was a different universe, so you didn't realize it. You weren't actually physically moving in space-time, you just were in a different universe. In the great multiverse. But that means that your neighbor actually did see you sort of out of phase, I guess, as a spirit, as a ghost, as we would describe it. That's an experience for your neighbor, especially in broad daylight.
Case file number 796, written by Mr. Night Moon. What we saw in the sky was inexplicable. I'm not gonna lie, this has a funny twist at the end, but at the time we were really disturbed. This happened to me and two of my cousins when I was 17 years old. One of them was 15 and the other 13. If I recall correctly, this was the 5th of January 2003. We are from a rural area in Spain, and by that time, it was hard to get a line on our mobile phones, so we used to spend a lot of time in spots where we could get some connection. One was an abandoned house beside a path leaving town. It was around 8 at night and one of my cousins was talking by the phone with his girlfriend while I was standing there just looking at the stars. Suddenly, I saw it. The lights looked like plane lights, but all were orange. It was so low I could see bits of structure surrounding the lights, and it looked bulk and not aerodynamic. It crossed the sky above us, zigzagging and changing from direction many times. I called for the attention of my cousins, and both were amazed as I looked at the object. The younger one started using the voice recorder of his phone to record a depiction of what we were seeing. And this was the strangest part. When it reached the horizon line above the mountains, it blew up, turning into a fireball. We didn't see anything fall, it disintegrated, and we kept looking there for a while just to notice there was a lot of activity. Many small lights were flying around the same area of the explosion. We stood there for a while, silently, not knowing what to say, until my youngest cousin tried to play the voice recording, and it was full of interferences with weird sounds and static, something that never happened before. He used to do voice recordings when something memorable happened to him. Just after that, things got mad and funny as his phone started ringing and casually it has the X-Files theme as tone. We already knew the phone had that tone, but the timing was perfect. At that moment, I just managed to say, with a scared voice, "Okay, this just went weird as hell. It's time to leave."
Case notes for file 796. What we saw in the sky was inexplicable. So even though I titled this inexplicable, there might be some rational explanations. Maybe a meteor in the sky breaking up into fragments, and meteors, if they're small enough, will actually disintegrate in the atmosphere. They won't actually hit the ground. They have to be sufficiently large for that to happen, to protect the core in a sense. However, if that was the case, as it exploded, you would have heard a massive boom. It can even shatter windows occasionally. I think that recently happened, a few years ago in Russia, where it just blew up over a Russian city, caused massive damage, even though it didn't actually impact the ground. Otherwise, by the description of it and how modular it seems to be, it could be some sort of alien drone system. It makes sense. If there's aliens here, they wouldn't always just be around in their own ships. They would be in Earth orbit, in stealth, and sending down remote-controlled operated vehicles. They wouldn't have to be manned. I mean, we can already do that now. Of course, aliens would be able to as well. That makes much more sense.
Case file number 797, written by Fuziz, my brother in white. This was around 6 years ago when I was a senior in high school. It was after school, and I went to go make mozzarella sticks in the kitchen when I saw my brother, junior in high school, was sitting on the couch in a white hoodie that he always wears and light blue jeans. I asked him if he wanted some, and he totally ignored me. I couldn't see his face, but he was typing away at his computer and sitting slouched as he always did. I yelled at him to stop ignoring me and to just answer me. No response, and I was like, damn it, your loss. After putting the mozzarella sticks in, I passed the living room to see he wasn't there anymore, and I didn't think much of it at the time. Later on, when I'm sitting with my mom in the living room, he comes through the front door wearing a red and black flannel and dark blue jeans. I asked him why he changed his clothes. He was like, "What do you mean? I've been wearing this all day." I said that when I asked him for mozzarella sticks earlier, he was wearing white. He looked at me like I'm stupid and said, "I just came home from theater practice. I've been at school all day." I stared at him and asked if he was being honest, but then my mom backed him up. I was like, "Oh, I'm just being stupid then." But I was just deeply thinking because I know I didn't hallucinate him. I wasn't on any medication or anything like that. This memory hasn't left my mind and still makes me think about it too often. Case file number 798, written by X-Ray Anonymous, Mysterious Badland Lights. My boyfriend and I were stargazing in the Badlands earlier this summer. We lay there for several hours seeing nothing more than the occasional shooting star or the faint moving lights I think are satellites that can be seen overhead briefly. But then, out of nowhere, two very bright lights appeared overhead and then quickly started to fade in brightness. One was orange and one was more greenish blue. They appeared at the same time in a bright flash, enough that we both gasped, and then faded to about the size and brightness of stars, but still distinctly colored. They looked like they were on the front and back ends of something very straight and thin. Looking from where we were, they were about an inch apart. They didn't blink or twinkle. They just slowly moved in a straight trajectory across the sky, keeping the same distance apart, which is why I think they were not two individual lights, above us across the sky. They slowly got less and less bright until we finally couldn't see them anymore. And yes, we are positive it was not a plane. We know what plane lights look like. We also saw the exact moment they appeared in the sky. They just appeared. They didn't just slowly come into view from the horizon. There was no sound either. We can't explain it. We don't know what it was. It was super vivid too. I would have given anything for a telescope at that moment.
Case notes for file 798. Mysterious lights over the Badlands. So as much as I want this to be alien UFOs, they may just be human UFOs, unidentified to us, but probably the government conducting experiments, trying to test out new technology, and I'm sure they're very advanced, and just conducting these tests out in the middle of nowhere, which is a reasonable place to conduct such tests. Now, an important question though, is even if these are designed by us or built by us, maybe there's some alien influence involved. Either they're feeding us technology directly, or we're reverse engineering technology that we discovered in a craft that crashed. I definitely like the idea that we're getting technology from some alien species that accidentally crashed on Earth. In fact, maybe it's all rooted in that. Maybe aliens aren't really here, in general. It's all humans, but there is an alien craft that crashed a while ago, and they just didn't bother to come pick it up because, who cares? It's not a very important thing for them. They're not interested in the prime directive, you could say.
Case file number 799, written by Sleepy Bean 21. This cop car completely vanished. I have about a 45-minute commute, and I take the same route nearly every single day to work, exceptions being if my GPS alerts me of a crash or other traffic obstruction. Nonetheless, I'm very familiar with the route I drive. This morning, about 25 minutes into my drive, I notice a car pulled over into the left-hand shoulder of the highway, with a police car behind them. I distinctly remember seeing the blue and red lights flashing and thinking to myself, wow, glad my morning didn't start that way. As I approached the car, I checked my speed and moved from the far left fast lane to the center lane. I didn't want to take any chances. As I switched lanes, a utility van happened to pass by me, taking my original spot in the fast lane. This is where the glitch happened. The van was larger than my small SUV, but not so large that I couldn't see traffic ahead of or around it. I kept an eye out for the police officer and pulled over car on the shoulder, simply out of natural curiosity. Suddenly, it was as if the scene completely disappeared. There was no car pulled over, no flashing lights, everything was just completely gone. An empty shoulder lane. It was so strange. As I approached the scene, I remember internally thinking, wouldn't it be weird to drive by and this cop car no longer be there? And then it happened. It was as if my subconscious was aware it would occur. I'm typically a skeptic about these things, almost always trying to find logic in an odd situation. I even checked my rearview mirror for the lights to see if it was just having a temporary lapse in judgment or if the scene just happened to be out of my line of vision. Nope. Completely gone. Needless to say, the rest of my day has felt a little funky. Case file number 800, written by Stars and Figs. There was an unknown man in our selfie. This happened when I was still in high school, around 15 years ago. It was summer break and I was visiting my grandma. I went to visit one of my friends who lived in the apartment above my grandma's. We were messing around on her computer, eating snacks and just hanging out in her room. No alcohol or drugs were involved. We decided to take selfies, as teens do. She took out her flip phone. Flip phones were still a thing back then. They didn't really have filters. This was a flip phone with a crappy camera. I can't remember the make or brand. We snapped a few selfies, but couldn't get one we liked, so kept deleting them and taking more. Now bear in mind, we were in her room alone. There was nobody else in that room. Then, at one point, we took a selfie and there was a very clear image of a person behind us on the selfie. but the person was not like a creepy silhouette or orb or ghostly figure. The best way I can describe it is, it was like a separate photo of an unknown person was superimposed onto our selfie. This person had dark hair and a beard and was smiling widely. He was wearing a suit. He was clear as day in our image. As you can imagine, we freaked the hell out. I told her to delete it. She did. It genuinely looked like a glitch of some sort, because the image was so clear. Still, to this day, I think of this sometimes. It is the only time in my life I've had an experience that I just can't explain away.
Case notes for file 800. An unknown man in our selfie. So, you don't report feeling any different. There's no feeling or presence of a chill in the air, or something that sends your hair on back of your neck standing up. We have a very strong attuned sense when things are slightly off, and most of us are able to detect when there's an entity nearby, at least if they're making their presence known, which, if they took a selfie, would be known. So maybe this isn't an entity. Maybe somehow your camera was capturing information from the past. This man was just in the room in the distant past, and the selfie picked up that information. Now, how it was transmitted through time, I don't know. It's actually conceivable that through a wormhole it could do so, because wormholes as we know them, Einstein-Rosen bridges, are very unstable, transmitting mass, but energy might be able to funnel through, and that could explain a lot of things that are going on when we're talking about information that people shouldn't have. Maybe it's just moving through space-time through all these random small wormholes that are emerging that we can't detect. They're very, very, very small, but energy doesn't really care about that as long as it's within the boundary of the EM spectrum. But I'll say, that's one powerful phone.
Case file number 801, written by Alt Ball Deep. When you disconnect from time. I was driving to work at around 6:45 a.m. The sun wasn't up yet, but it was glowing behind the mountains. Traffic was heavy that morning, and I was cursing at myself for not leaving a little bit earlier. I had snoozed my alarm twice, since I felt a bit tired from going to bed late the night before. One important note, I was wide awake when this happened, so it can't be chalked up to hallucinations or being sleepy. Also, no history of medication, drugs, or anything else that would alter my mental state. Alright, on to the glitch. The road I was on had a section of trees ahead, where it curved and turned twice. I made sure to keep my distance from the car ahead of me, since people often didn't brake for the first turn until they were right on top of it. Anyway, I looked down at the clock to see what time it was. I stared down at it for a second, because the clock was off by 2 whole hours. It said it was 4:50 in the morning. Oh well, just something wrong with the clock, I thought. I'd need to fix it later. But when my eyes came back up to the road, I noticed it was pitch black outside. The sun was no longer glowing behind the mountains. Damn near looked like midnight out on that rural highway. I looked around in utter confusion. The vehicles ahead of me were gone now, nowhere to be seen. I came up to the turn in the road, swung around it and the upcoming bend, and got clear of the tree line. Still no sign of the sun or traffic. I was bewildered. I'd be out way too early for work now. So I glanced down at the clock again, and what do you know? The time had changed, 6:55. I again spent a good second eyeballing the clock in total shock. Because of this, I had to hit my brakes to avoid a collision with the vehicle in front of me, the same one I had been following earlier. The sun had returned as well, glowing behind the mountains. I've been thinking about it all morning at work. What the hell happened? Did I glitch back in time 2 whole hours? And then zip back? Case file number 802, written by Casey Harrison. She was an officer. I know it. The house next to me is a family of 3. A dad, a mom, and their son Tyler, who's friends with my sister. Well, every day since I've lived next to them, I see the mom in a cop uniform getting into our squad car and leaving because it's usually the same time I get home from work. Yesterday, my sister, who has also seen the mom cop many times, told me Tyler said his mom has never been a cop, but his dad is. I know for a fact the person wearing the cop uniform and getting into the car was his mom because he's posted pictures of them together before with mom in the caption, and it's the same woman. Today, after work, I saw his father wearing the uniform and got into the car. I've never seen him wearing a uniform or driving that car before. I know I'm not crazy or remembering wrong because my sister saw it too. It's damn spooky. I saw the mom today. I asked her if she was a police officer and she said no, her husband is, and she's an accountant. I told her I swear me and my sister both saw her several times in uniform driving that car. She looked at me like I was insane and I just said, sorry, must be confused, and went back inside. I'm even more freaked out now.
Case notes for file 802. I know she was an officer. So this one is funny, but I read a comment in the thread mentioning that maybe she has a side gig as an escort and she was dressing up as a cop for that job. Early morning escorting is, it's reminding me of the episode with Danny DeVito in Friends, putting on a show. Probably need to rewatch Friends. It's about that time of the year. I do love fall. What's everyone's favorite season, by the way? Fall and winter are mine. I love cool weather.
Case file number 803, written by Kucher. Thanks for returning my brush, universe. Okay, this happened quite a few years ago. I was over 18, not under the influence of anything, wasn't tired, etc. I had been living across the country and had just moved back to my hometown. I was going to rent a room from a couple, but they ended up being creepy and inappropriate. To give me time to figure out where I was going to live, I stayed with family friends. It was fall, and they wanted to take me to do something fun. So we went to this place called Apple Hill. It's a few hours away from where we live. We stayed overnight at a hotel. I had brought a gold set of MAC makeup brushes my aunt had given me. When we got back home, I realized I couldn't find one of the brushes. I checked my bag and the floor of the truck we drove in super well. I assumed it must have fallen out of the truck somehow rolled away in the hotel room, even though we looked under the bed when we left, something my paranoid mom taught me to do. I was bummed out but moved on. Fast forward 8 months. At that time, I had moved back east because I couldn't find anywhere to stay after the weird roommate situation, and I couldn't stay with our family friends long term. Then I found a good roommate and moved back again. The reason I mention all this is because I did not find my makeup brush at the time. Keep in mind, my makeup bag was very small and I would have seen it. I had just moved into my new apartment. I was 20 and hadn't acquired many things yet. I had zero furniture, like not even a bed frame yet. My room literally just had a mattress. So one afternoon I was laying on the floor on my stomach, just messing around on my laptop, looking at social media, Pinterest, etc. I got up at some point to go to the bathroom, and when I stood up, I saw the missing makeup brush just lying there in the spot I had been laying. I was shocked and felt insane. It was not there when I laid down. My floor was spotless, so there was nothing it could have been hiding in or under. I wasn't wearing anything with pockets that it could have fallen out of. I also didn't feel a lump or anything underneath me when I was laying there. There are zero possible explanations. Anyway, such a weird and random glitch happened. It drives me nuts to think that I'll probably never understand how or why it happened. Creepy file number 53, written by Anonymous. I owed over $260,000 to a biker gang. Here's how I escaped. Over a decade ago, I made one of the worst decisions of my life. I began dealing for a well-known biker gang. No, I wasn't a member, but I had connections to one of their members through my mutual friend, Josh. I had a short history in dealing years before, but got clean and walked the straight and narrow. I worked 3 jobs and was saving for college. However, tragedy struck when a very close relative of mine was murdered by her new husband while they were traveling in his home country. What made this even more difficult is that they had canceled their life insurance, so the cost of returning them to our country and the funeral arrangements fell on me and 2 other close relatives. Now, this isn't an excuse for what I did. I just wanted to provide some context to what was going through my head when I met with Josh and asked to set up a meeting with his relative Mike, who was a member of a well-known biker gang, so that I could get back on my feet financially. If you're asking yourself why I didn't just pursue one of the millions of other avenues for financial assistance, it's because I was young, stupid, and wanted to replace that lost feeling with something I thought would make me feel better about myself at the time. So, I gathered a team of hand-picked dealers at my house and waited for Mike to come by and discuss business, and soon enough he arrived with 2 pounds of plant mass in front of me. My plan was to only involve myself by distributing it to my runners so that I could work my regular jobs while making a passive income. I had known Mike for about a year at this point, which is why so much was given up front. The term front means to loan, and the term runner refers to a dealer who works for you. Things went well over the next year and a half. My team expanded. I was making a ton of money. I sold the plant matter to my runners by the ounce, paid a discount per pound, and was making hundreds in profit a week, and thousands a month. I was happy, and Mike was happy, and he only ever had to deal with me and never had to meet or address any of my runners. However, this is where the story takes a drastic turn for the worse and why you should never trust a biker gang, especially when you're not working on the inside. I had just hired a good friend of mine as a runner. She needed the money, was a single mother, and wanted to sell it to her friends who came over and always needed plant mass. This girl ended up selling through ounces faster than anyone else, so I trusted her with more product to sell at once, since I would have to come back 2 to 3 times a week. However, I was going on vacation for 3 weeks and wanted to make sure that she had access to enough while I was away, so I left her with a lot more than I usually would. I had to come collect, and everybody but her was up to date on their payments, and after excuse, she came to inform me that her new scale was set to the wrong measurement system and that she was out a good amount. I was upset and nearly kicked her off the team, but I've known this girl for years and it wasn't anything I couldn't recover on my own. However, she came to me when I was supposed to meet up with Mike to re-up, collect more product, and because this took a lot longer than I thought, I was late to meet him. Now, remember when I said you should never trust a biker unless you operate on the inside? I met up with Mike to let him know what happened, apologized for being late, and informed him that the situation had been dealt with. But Mike was furious. He tells me that because I was late, he was late meeting with his connection for the plant matter, and since he was late, this connection would never deal with him again. He told me to meet him at Josh's house and to bring whoever was responsible for making me late, and if I didn't bring them, then I would be held accountable, because this connection had made him $5,000 in week in profit. Yes, you heard that right. This man told me that being late once dissolved a profitable relationship with a connection that earned him $5,000 a week. I already knew what this meant for my runner. We were good friends, and there's no way I was going to allow a single mother to go through what I knew was coming. So I showed up to Josh's house on my own and waited for Mike. I sat on Josh's couch for what felt like hours, by myself, and uncertain of the extent of what was going to happen. Then Mike walks in and greets Josh, talks with his partners a bit, while completely ignoring me. First 5 minutes go by, then 10 minutes. Then Mike walks over and I remember waking up on the floor. From what I was told, Mike hit me across the head and I blacked out. He proceeded to hit me 2 or 3 more times until I woke up to him still hitting me. We sat on the couch, and with a handgun to my head, he tells me that he is going to charge me for the profit he would have made every week from his connection for the next year. For those keeping track, that's $260,000. He tells me he's going to be generous enough to do the first payment of $5,000 within 48 hours. That the money that I just gave him for the re-up didn't count, that I needed to return the plant mass, and that he was giving me 24 hours for each additional $5,000 after that. He took my car, which he underpriced at $10,000. This was a newish Mercedes at the time that I was still making payments on, and essentially planned on using me as a human ATM. At this point, I knew what was happening. And despite our relationship for the past year, he was going to exploit me for as long as he could until he had a reason to get rid of me. So I went home and thought about my options. I had around $17,000 in cash, my RRSP savings, which amounted to just over $35,000, but even that would only get me by on the payments for a week. I realized that even if I was able to come up with half of the money, I would end up in jail or worse. After 24 hours of deliberating, I considered the fact that Mike had never met any of my runners. My family had moved away from this town after the death of the relative, and there was no way that I was going to risk my life or my freedom for some arbitrary debt. So I took all my cash, made my savings available, and knew I only had 24 hours to run as fast and as far as I could. 4:30 a.m. I gathered a bag full of clothes, called a lifelong friend of mine who had moved to another country 4 hours away, explained the situation, asked if I could stay on his couch for a week, and took a bus as close to the Greyhound station as I could get without stopping in front of it. The Greyhound didn't require photo ID at the time, and I didn't want to fly out of my own city in case anyone saw me or Mike was able to figure out where I was going by pressing any of the airport staff. At this point, my heart was beating out of my chest because although the Greyhound isn't as busy as the airport, if Mike or anyone he knew saw me there, it was game over. I waited an hour, then walked inside and bought a ticket for a city 3.5 hours away that had an airport. Before boarding, I wrote down all my important contacts, removed the battery from my phone, dropped it down the sewer, and began my escape. 8:15 a.m. I stop in said city and buy a ticket to go and meet said friend. 12:30 p.m. I land in a country I've never been to, in a city I've never been to. My friend picks me up and we talked about the situation the entire way home. Him and I had a similar past, and although the story itself is ridiculous, he understands. When we arrive at his place, I cut my hair, decide on a new name I'll go by while staying in the city, while deciding my next move. I get a new prepaid phone and number and try to relax. 6 p.m. I was supposed to meet Mike 30 minutes ago. The stress starts to kick in. 8 p.m. We've been drinking and telling stories, and I remember that I hadn't deleted my Facebook, so I jumped onto my friend's laptop, threw on a VPN that was located in my home country, and was met with a flood of messages. Josh and Mike had kicked in my front door and destroyed my place. They left messages with the addresses of places they thought I was hiding out. They told me that they were watching the airport and Greyhound station and told me that it would be impossible to leave the city. It was at that point that I realized they never knew I left. Throughout the coming weeks, months, and years, I made it a habit of changing phones and moved around from city to city and country to country. I even did those work for your accommodation programs in a couple of countries as a tourist. Every few weeks and months, I would get an email from a single friend back home who would tell me that Josh or his girlfriend were telling people to assure me that it was okay to come back and things had blown over. A couple times, I even tried to reach out to some other friends back home, only to find out that they were trying to cash in on the reward Mike had placed to anyone who could find out where I was. It eventually became easier to cut contact with anyone and everyone around me if I felt that I needed to move on, or felt that I couldn't entirely trust them. I never could go back to who I was or where I came from physically or mentally. I later found out that Mike had a nasty habit of hiring dealers. Then, when he thought they had made a good amount of money, he would conjure up some dire situation in which they would need to pay him back a crazy amount. He would drain them for every dime they had until they couldn't pay any more. After that, they would usually end up in a ditch somewhere. One of his associates, who happened to be my next-door neighbor back home, was recently charged for first-degree murder after taking a woman out to the woods and ending her. Although this did a number on my trust issues, I've made a lot of changes throughout my life since the event. I've changed my name, obviously. I'm much older now. I have an amazing corporate position in a company that changes lives. I speak to schools about the impact of poverty, and it's taught me to empathize with people in different positions than my own. I own a condo in a very beautiful city. I'm engaged. I took up learning a second language, and I never take the second chance I've been given for granted. I've been clean for just over 15 years now. I've never told anyone in my new life about what happened. I don't even think they would believe me, even though I take full responsibility for my stupidity in my younger years. To the biker that is waiting to collect on his ridiculous $260,000 debt, let's not meet again.
Case notes for the creepy file number 53. I owed $260,000 to a biker gang. Here's how I escaped. Yeah, I think I would have done exactly the same thing as you did. There's something fundamentally wrong about reimbursing someone for debt that's not truly owed to them. And, even at the end of it, it wouldn't end well. He wouldn't just let you go after, I presume. You were lucky in that you had a friend that was in a different country who already broke ties with everyone before, so you had some help to guide you along and give you a place to stay temporarily as soon as you got there. It wouldn't be that hard for me because I'm more of a nomad myself. I always move around all the time, seeing new places. I mean, I don't know how many times I moved up when I was growing up, maybe 20 times when I was 5 to 18. Quite often, my dad always changed jobs. But, this double-edged sword, good in some ways and unfortunate in others. Harder to build roots, have lasting long-term friendships, but you get to see so many new places and experience life fresh as it can be. So it wouldn't be too hard for me to just pick up and go. I don't have many physical possessions. I have my laptop, my clothes, documents. That's it. Everything I have could fit in a small suitcase. Hell, a backpack.
Case file number 804, written by Separate Tangelo, 7138. Our gel duplicated itself. My boyfriend got a bad sunburn, so I went to Walmart and bought a huge bottle of aloe gel. We just moved into this apartment recently, and it's not something I've bought before. The morning after I bought it, my boyfriend was looking for it. I told him it was in the Walmart bag in the kitchen. It was, and he used it. But then I noticed another one was in the bathroom, unopened and brand new, the same exact bottle. And it wasn't like it was in the cabinet, it was on the vanity like one of us put it there. He said he didn't see it there before, and neither did I. I mean, it's a huge bottle, and we don't keep clutter around, so we would have seen it. He 100% didn't buy it because his sunburn was so bad he wasn't leaving the house. I definitely didn't buy two. I think I would have noticed scanning and putting it in the bag. I don't know what the hell happened. It boggled me for days.
Case notes for file 804. Our gel duplicated itself. So if the universe is, probably accidentally in many cases, able to dematerialize objects, it's conceivable that there is a mechanism to do this intentionally, to copy-paste, sort of, Control-C, Control-V, an item. This would be an actual developer or some kind of GM in the real world that's capable of doing that. Why would they do this for gel? Sunburn aloe vera gel? I don't know. It stands to reason that it probably is possible. In the end, it's just information. Certain vibrations and orientations in the EM field and other fields. That's all reality is. At least, this reality. Now, if only I could get this to work for my silver and gold coins. Duplicate away. Cast the spell that Harry Potter had to suffer with the goblets just spawning. Don't make them super hot though. I don't want to scald myself, but just make them replicate forever. Well, okay, a limit, a full room full of gold coins. I'm okay with that.
Case file number 805, written by Vexdreen. I saw a man running in reverse. This was about 2 months ago. My wife and I were driving down a back road in Oklahoma, headed back to our house. To set the scene, it was about 5 to 6 p.m. The wife says afternoon, mid-afternoon, but I don't recall the exact time. Regardless, the sun was still fairly high in the sky, and the weather was comfortable. It was probably 80 degrees with a light breeze. There's a three-way at the specific spot, and it's essentially a four-way, but one side is a private drive and the opposite direction heads to the highway. We were headed in such a way that the road that leads to the highway was on the right-hand side, and there were 5-foot-tall weeds along the road blocking view of the street. Just as we approached the three-way and began slowing down, we both witnessed a man doing what I can only describe as a very well-performed high-knee reverse jog. But it wasn't just that. He had a feather piece on his neck that also poked straight out backwards toward where he was running, and he pumped his arms running backwards, and right when his foot touched the grass by the driveway, he went into a very well orchestrated stretch downward, and the feather dropped flat down his back, and he stood up and began walking forward like nothing happened. I stopped and proceeded through the stop sign, and I kid you not, the dude started sprinting after the car, and after I was 100+ feet away, he began waving his arms like he was trying to get my attention. Definitely ranks as one of my top bizarre experiences recently.
Case notes for file 805. I saw a man running in reverse. Whoa, what's going on? I'm upside down. What's happening? Okay, let's switch this back. Alright, we're back. So as far as physics is concerned, the flow of time is always forward. There's no real way to go backwards. To localize an area that reverses time is completely mind-bending. I wonder if perhaps this was some sort of skit. There's, especially in cities, sometimes organized groups go around performing various skits that seem to defy reality. Like they all coordinate a pause and pretend like they're frozen in time or something. Although running backwards is much harder. It appears it wasn't some group doing this, so I don't know why a single person would. Maybe just practice? For me, it's cool either way. If it's some time anomaly or just humans being pretty awesome, awesome.
Case file number 806, written by Goddess Iris. The droplet of water out of thin air. I was leaning over my bed, moving my blanket out of the way so I could sit. Then, a drop of water hit my face. It startled me, and the first thing I did was wipe it and look up. There's nothing on the ceiling, no signs of water at all. Pretty dusty actually, but dry as a desert. I would assume condensation from the AC vent, but it's across the room and the AC isn't even on. Even if it was, it doesn't get cold enough to produce condensation. Even if it did produce some, wouldn't it drop straight down? The AC would have to be blowing really hard to make it fly across the room, but again, it wasn't on and still isn't. I looked at the vent anyway, but it too is dry. There's no water on my bed or on the floor, so nothing was dripping before this happened, and there hasn't been a drip since. Not exactly as reality-breaking as some of the glitches out there, but it was definitely weird.
Case notes for file 806. A droplet of water out of thin air. So water is very strange. There's many stories I've read that involve it. One, someone materialized seemingly water from nowhere. They were standing in a river and then they asked water to flow and an increase of water came. Maybe it was a reservoir or something that a spillway that opened up ahead, but the timing of it was miraculous. And then another one, there was an entire cup of water that appeared out of nowhere and poured onto someone's head. And they had a witness too. Now, this is just a droplet in this case, but it's still baffling because there's no discernible source. It's just not possible. As far as we understand, water doesn't just materialize from the atmosphere outside of, fog or something like that. Droplets from inside a home, obviously not from rain clouds. Where does it come from? There's even stories involving spirits or echoes that somehow are drenched in water, and they vanish and there's a puddle of water on the floor or wet carpet. I don't know what it is with water. Water's very heavy. It's a lot of mass. So that's a lot of mass to conjure from nowhere.
Creepy file number 54, written by Mocha AP. The Chase in the Night. Hello everyone. My name is Lisa, and here I will tell you my story, a very true story, which I describe as really terrifying and which, unfortunately, still affects my life today. You will understand why. I decided to share it with you because it took place exactly 2 years ago, and because I think it can serve to awaken the prudence of some, especially in this period where the days are shortening. To put you in context, this happened on October 1st, 2020, in the midst of the pandemic. I was 17 at the time and I had just left Île-de-France, near Paris, for a provincial town to continue my studies. As a student, 4 hours by train from my parents, I obviously decided to take an apartment, but the prices were unaffordable for me, so I settled in a brand new student residence. It is in the heart of a rich, bourgeois residential pavilion, contrasting with my small student residence. Everything is fine. I normally go to school, but right from the beginning, the teachers tell us that unlike students in other disciplines, we will have lessons in person and not at a distance. So we will be the only ones to animate this part of the campus. In short, the first classes are going pretty well, even though I have trouble fitting in like the others, mainly because of the masks and this nasty virus. There is also a black shadow. On Thursdays and Fridays I finish at 8 p.m, which makes me return to my little house around 8:45 p.m. Time to wait for the tramway that didn't pass often during the pandemic. and make the 3 stops before walking 10 minutes to the residence. As you understood, I was alone on my way to school, but in the week of September 21st to 27, when I went to class in the morning, I met strangely a man 3 times dressed in black, wearing a hood and whose face I could not really distinguish. What bothered me at the time was the fact that it didn't fit in with the neighborhood's chic environment, but I'm not focusing on that anymore. Finally, the night of October 1st. As usual, I leave school, but unlike the other days, I take the tram about 1 hour later. I finally made a friend with whom I discussed the time of his bus, and as usual, I wait alone, and once on the tramway, I realize that just at the stop there is nobody except the driver and me. So I decided to sit in the 4-seat squares to make myself more comfortable. At the next stop, which is still in the campus area, as I turn my head before the doors automatically close, my eyes cross that of a man sitting alone in black. And in half a second, the man blocks the doors that were closing and enters. While the tramway is empty, he sits in front of me. Intimidated and understanding that the situation is suspicious, I look away. I prefer to look out the window. The more time passes, the more my instinct leads me to believe that this man may have bad intentions. In my head, I begin to develop a plan to ensure that the person does not follow me when I have to go down. Once the tram arrives at its destination, I decide to leave at the last moment, just before the tram closes. As I start walking, I hear a cry and I turn my head. I see the man who managed to get out and obviously pinched his fingers blocking the doors. He then begins to walk behind me. This time it is sure I am followed. As I accelerate the pace, I hear the man do the same. I can even hear his breath coming closer. Then I had the idea to pretend to be on the phone to scare him. That worked at first. Indeed, when the man turned around, my phone rang. I later learned it was my friend who just wanted to tell me he had the wrong bus. I was sure he heard my cell phone ringtone and therefore understood the deception. I turn around and see the man slip something in his hand. I see nothing because of the night. He then starts screaming and running after me. While I am out of breath, I rush into a crossing with a neighbor. I throw myself in their arms and shout loudly, "Great, you came to get me!" At these words, my neighbor immediately understood the situation and returned with me to the residence. Before that, I turned one last time and nothing. The man had disappeared. Once I'm in my room crying, I think back to this man's walk. It looks like the person I met earlier this week. I decided the next day to make a statement. During the day, I was called to tell myself that the surveillance videos of the tram had revealed the identity of the person. He was a wanted man for assault and armed robbery. Apparently, he found pleasure in assaulting rich girls to humiliate them before stealing from them. That's why he prowled in my neighborhood. My blood ran ice cold, and I decided to go home to my parents. Apparently, the man was found 2 weeks later in another city for assaulting a young girl in a store. The moral of the story, pay attention to yourself, especially at night. And above all, nothing is better than to follow your instincts. Still today, we talked about it with my neighbor. He confessed to me last year that he often sees the scene and especially rethinks my face, decomposed by fear. He says he's deeply shocked. Even if this story ends well, it has developed in me a kind of distrust. I remain always on my guard, especially when it comes to meeting people with hoodies. Now, I keep pepper spray in my bag.
Case notes for the creepy file number 54, The Chase in the Night. Yeah, very creepy to be stalked. Obviously, I've never been stalked myself, preyed upon. All I can say is that I wish you had the pepper spray beforehand. Would have served him right. As he pinched his fingers in the door, turn around, get him in the eyes, and run off. Pepper spray is nasty. You don't want to get that in your face. I like spicy food, but not in my eyeballs.
Case file number 807, written by Northern Nori. 2 hours of our time was stolen. I have a missing time story from a few years ago. We, partner and I, were visiting for Christmas, and on the day we were supposed to be at my aunt's house around 1 p.m., we left where we were staying at 12:30 p.m. and made one stop at a gas station to buy drinks, which took about 5 minutes, and headed to our destination. The drive is 15 minutes, maybe 20 if you get stuck behind some slow cars. When we were almost to the house, I got a call from my sister asking where we were and that they were all waiting for us to arrive to eat. I told her we were just coming down the hill, thinking that maybe we were a few minutes late, and she was overreacting. I hung up, looked at the time on my phone, and it was a little after 3 p.m. There's absolutely no way it took that long to get there. The weather was beautiful, no clouds, no bad conditions, and no traffic since we took the back way. I don't remember coming across or seeing anything strange, and I have no idea what happened to those 2 hours.
Case notes for file 807. 2 hours of our time was stolen. I always love when time glitches have multiple people, because it makes the idea that it is a memory issue or some induced event by your own mind glitching out very unlikely because it happened to you both. It could be some sort of environmental factor, but I don't know what kind of toxin would cause memory loss like that, where everything seems normal. It's a complete gap in memory. The only thing I've noticed that can do this is either hypnosis. There's sometimes some stories of people, they're approached by some woman or a person, and then they just wake up later on in their room or in their bed. Sometimes things are stolen, but they have no memory at all. Their conscious perception is that they're there and then they're there. Nothing else in between. Certainly what happened in this case for you guys. And of course, the other option is aliens. Now sure, it's broad daylight, but aliens could abduct during the day. I think it's probably less likely to actually see them, because often aliens are visible from the lights on their ship. Now why they turn their lights on, I don't know. So is it some function of their drive capability? Perhaps. Otherwise it doesn't make any sense, unless they want to be seen. But back to this story. If you both were abducted, the obvious signs is markings on your skin that don't belong. Sometimes there are even objects inside your skin of metallic origin that isn't known to this world. Alloys that shouldn't exist, at least not by anything we've known in industry. It's always possible that this is some sort of government creation, maybe with technology from aliens, or maybe just everything is us, and we just have wild technology. Aliens are probably the most likely option, but also there's localized pockets of time distortion that does occur. Sometimes especially in cars for some reason, you move really far forward in space, and other times it affects time itself without messing with space. They're all interlinked, so just manipulating one without extreme gravity or speed is seemingly impossible outside of wormholes. So maybe there are wormholes all over the place that are somehow stable and we can't detect them. Maybe they pop in really shortly and then as soon as they're crossed into, they vanish. That would make some sense because they're not supposed to be stable at all.
Case file number 808, written by Stina84. When fate is put to the test. My husband and I have been together for a long time, since we were 11, 38 now. I had decided since then he was the boy I was going to marry. I just knew in my bones I was meant to be with him. In our grade 5 romance, he gave me a tiny silver frame as a gift. It seemed antique and unique. I kept it. I didn't have a picture for it, but I kept it all these years. Cut to many years later. We had a child. Strangely enough, our child was born on our anniversary, unplanned. Anyways, I finally put the frame to use with a picture of our son. It sits on the desk at work. I started noticing something really strange. Occasionally, when my desk gets bogged up with paperwork or I'm shuffling things around, I sometimes accidentally knock the frame over. On those days when the frame gets knocked over, my son gets hurt. So far not badly hurt, but something happens to him. The first few times I didn't put 2 and 2 together, but it's happened at least 5 or 6 times now over the last few years. Just happened again today, which prompted me to write this. I knocked it over and I immediately picked up the phone to call my husband to check on them. Sure enough, my son was playing with one of those plasma electricity balls and ended up breaking the glass in his hands just minutes after I dropped the frame. Do I have a magical frame? Should I put a picture of Justin Trudeau in there and throw it off a building? Jokes aside, I just thought this was an interesting twist of fate.
Case notes for file 808. When fate is put to the test. Okay, so a case of potentially the future affecting the past, where your son is hurt in the future, you didn't cause it, but from that potential future anyways, its tendrils reach back into the past in your moment, and then you're affected by it and it causes you to be nervous perhaps, and then you knock over the frame. You know, one possibility in this, because you're talking of just a few minutes, maybe it isn't a possible future but an actual future. One thing I've been thinking of is, maybe the future isn't written, but it is buffered. So our perception, we're making the choices, but our perception of when we make them is delayed by maybe 5 minutes or something. So we already made the choice and we're living through it now in a sort of a rewind replay snapshot, sort of like in a video game where you can have a replay of a match you played. So you were the one that made the choices, but maybe we're only consciously aware of the replay. And in these moments, we're not really making the choices as we experience them, we just made them before, and now we're going through a series of motions. It's a very interesting thought and would explain how we're able to, sometimes some people are able to predict the future. The only thing is, how far ahead is it buffered? Because some people are predicting years ahead, their own deaths through dreams. That's another thing entirely. But just a few minutes, I could see that.
Case file number 809, written by Some Bloke Far Away, when a plane fails to load its colors. To give some context, I'm in Oxfordshire, UK, and earlier on today, whilst me and the family were driving home, I noticed an unusual plane. The reason it was unusual was because it was completely white, no logos, etc. It's worth me pointing out that I was the one driving. I wasn't able to get the greatest look. Anyway, the plane was kinda low, perhaps having just taken off or coming in to land. The strange part here was that the plane appeared to change color. To elaborate, the plane was white initially, which was unusual enough, but changed to a grey color. Normally I'd think nothing of it, however, as the plane was unusual in the first place, I had mentioned it to my partner and 5-year-old son who all saw the same thing. Some points to note. We did not see the plane physically change color. It happened in the few seconds when we were driving past some trees and bushes and the line of sight was obscured. However, the military grey plane which we saw, I'm pretty certain, was the same plane. This is due to the height and direction it was traveling. If it was two separate planes, they would have to be extremely close to one another. I'm a relatively skeptical person and have tried looking at this logically, but I'm stumped on an actual answer. It's been a sunny day here today, and I don't believe the color change could have been due to any lighting, given the differences between the colors, and there's no real change in the lighting. If we are in a simulation, then the easiest way to describe what we saw was a rendering glitch. The colors took a little too long to load. Again, this would have been something I'd have brushed off had I been the only one to witness it.
Case notes for file 809, when a plane fails to load its colors. So there's two possibilities in my head. Of course, the simulation error, where the textures are simply not loading, including the color. Or it could be some sort of military experiment, and you do mention that it's probably a military plane, by no markings and the color being white or gray. And if it is something like that, it could be some sort of test to change the outer look and exterior color of the plane. And there would be a lot of applications for that, I imagine. It wouldn't be that hard. We have glass right now where an electrical charge through it will turn it translucent, and then you take the charge away and it's just normal glass. You see right through it. Could there be some way to alter the color of an object, of a surface? Why not? The color we perceive is simply based on how the structure of anything light bounces off of traps light. We perceive most things to be relatively smooth, but if you zoom in, everything is jagged in certain different ways, and the structure of that jaggedness or imperfection is how we perceive light bouncing back to us. It could make sense if there's some sort of fluid transition to the structure of an object or surface of it to change the perceived light that we receive. Yeah, I could see that. That probably is the most likely situation in my mind.
Creepy file number 55, written by Dad on a OTB, an act of dangerous kindness. In 2015-2016, I moved to Florida from California to go to college. I was around 18 at the time. I was staying in a small studio by myself, pretty far from the university, but close enough to where my apartment was the hangout spot. To paint a picture of how it looked, it was in the shape of a rectangle, with only one window. So you walk in and it's the living area, then the kitchen, then the bathroom, with closets on the right side of the wall. One particular night, I had about 6 friends over at my apartment, so it was 4 guys and 3 girls total, including me. We were partaking in unsanctioned activities, drinking and smoking, but we were all under 21. So when I got a knock at my door, I thought it was a neighbor about to complain either about the smell or the noise. I checked the peephole and saw a lady whom I instantly recognized as a panhandler that's always at the corner street of my apartment complex. So I opened the door and asked her if I could help her with anything. She had a towel over her shoulder and said, "Hi, I've been going around door to door, but everyone keeps turning me away. I was wondering if I could please just take a shower. I promise I don't want anything else, I just want to clean myself." Any sane person would have said no and told her to keep it moving, but I was a dumb 18-year-old empath that was high as balls and panicking in the moment. So I said yes, and I walked her into my bathroom, told her how to turn on the water and where the soap was, and walked out. The look of terror on my friends' faces was priceless. All at once, they started asking why I had done that and if I realized how dangerous the situation could be. Was there someone waiting for her on the outside? Did she have a gun? Was she gonna rob us? One of them even went to the kitchen to grab all the knives and then hid them just in case she tried anything. And we were all so quiet, just anxiously waiting for her to finish showering. And when she was done and came out of the restroom, I walked her to the door. She said, "May God bless you." And I never saw her again. Not even at the corner. You could say what I did was stupid, but I know good karma will come for me one day.
Case notes for the creepy file number 55. A dangerous act of kindness. So yeah, indeed, most people would say that this is dangerous and foolish, and I think in most cases it is. I've been homeless before, a long time ago, well over a decade, when I was in Florida. Had to get away from home, long story, but anyways. I depended on the kindness of strangers, and I tried not to ask for much. It was kind of obvious I was just some random tourist with a giant backpack on my back. Remember the first time I got to Florida, first 2 days, I was sleeping on the beach, slept in, somehow, and the sun destroyed my skin. I was peeling off skin like I was a lizard shedding their skin. It was quite an ordeal. But yeah, I depend on the kindness of others to eat. A lot of fast food then. When you're homeless, being clean is a complete luxury. So I thank you for this person, on this person's behalf. And I'm glad that they didn't abuse your kindness.
Case file number 810, written by DT. The most powerful rod in the universe. For some background, my best friend Jay and I lived together for about 3 or 4 years maybe. We're basically brothers and have lived across the street from each other since we were born. We joke around a lot, talk smack, prank each other. But there are times that we are serious and we never lie to each other outside of jokes and pranks. This was definitely not a prank or a joke because it would make no sense and wouldn't be funny, and to be honest would be quite difficult to pull off for no payoff. So, we're living in a typical suburban house in California, north of the Bay Area. Nothing strange about the house or the area. I have the master, and he lives in the front room of the house, which means he uses the guest bathroom and has to walk to it from his room. It's a mid-morning weekend, and he's getting ready to head to his shop, and I'm walking out of my room, meandering down the hallway towards his bathroom, about 20 feet, and we're just talking while he's putting his shoes on. He goes to put his left shoe on, but has to hang on to something because he has a big gut. He reaches up with his left hand and grabs a towel rod, cheap metal pole, and is trying to put his left shoe on, leaning forward. He yanks too hard on the pole a few times and his left shoulder hits the edge of the open door and falls to the ground. I don't remember if I heard the pole hit the ground or anything like that. I was focused on him, and he was just half yelling and moaning, "Aw, damn dude, what the hell, piece of crap towel rack, this house sucks," etc. He slowly picks himself up off the floor, and after I get done laughing and making fun of him, he's looking around for the towel rod that he yanked off the wall, and I see him slowly getting more and more confused every few seconds. Finally, I ask him if he's going to fix it, and he says, "Yeah, dude, but I don't know where the rod is." I'm kind of in disbelief at how stupid he is, and I say, "It's behind the door, man. What the hell are you talking about?" Mind you, I was watching him the whole time. All he did was get up between his fall and his search. He invites me to look, and it's a tiny bathroom with nothing in it. He basically treated the house like a hotel, so all he had was a towel and a toothbrush, plus other minor things in the cabinets. I take a look, and all I see is the floor vent behind the door and nothing else. The rod was gone, vanished. There were no cracks, no holes. I tried to lift the vent cover up, but it was sealed to the flooring, and the duct was too small and turned too soon for a rod to fall in. Still, he opened the cabinets, looked in the tub, checked places that made no sense simply because what had just occurred made no sense. Like normal people, we just shrugged it off and chucked it up as being one of those times when you drop a small screw or something and you just never find it again, or it turns up in the vacuum. But I still think about it to this day and cannot explain what happened to this 3-foot metal rod that seemed to have just stopped existing. I feel it's important for the listeners to understand how impossible it would have been for this thing to just disappear. Not to mention, I experienced it with my buddy, so I know I'm not crazy. As a side note, we weren't under any influences, no drugs, no alcohol, not tired. I've had similar experiences before, objects as large as a key or pencil falling into wood laminate flooring in empty rooms with nowhere to go, bouncing just out of sight, hearing them settle, and then never finding them again.
Case notes for file 810. The most powerful rod in the universe. You know, my guess is it phased through dimensions, and I don't think this was some entity. I think it was a universe glitching out. I think there's a strong possibility that when things go missing, where you hear them bouncing on the floor, or you presume that's where they end up because of physics, they may have just phased through the floor. I imagine if you opened up that floor, looked under it, maybe under the house, you'd find the rod. And this is just because I think gravity is a universal constant in terms of forces. It's not really a force, it's the warping of space-time towards an object of mass or high energy. So if you think of it like that, it transcends dimensions. If there's space-time, then there's gravity. This doesn't entirely explain how it happens, why in specific areas for specific objects. Maybe the universe really is just glitching out. It doesn't have enough server capacity.
Creepy file number 56, written by Glum Calendar, 6755. The Cabin of Mortis. My friend, 25 female, from college, told me a harrowing story that happened to her and her friends in high school. She is from Buffalo, New York, and often went on camping trips to local upstate campgrounds. When she was a senior, she and 4 of her friends went to a campsite fitted with rows of cabins on the water that people could rent. As the sun went down, the girls noticed that their neighbors a few cabins down, a group of guys similar in age, were playing music and grooving around the campfire, drinking beers. One of the guys asked them all if they wanted to join. When they got over there and started hanging with the guys, everything seemed completely normal and they were having a fun time. As the night progressed, one of the guys there started to get blackout drunk and eventually pulled out a revolver that he said belonged to his dad. He started waving it around and playing with it. This, obviously, freaked everyone out, his own friends included. Eventually, he started pointing the gun to his head and laughing while his friends were yelling at him to put it away and how that wasn't funny. The girls at this point were fairly disturbed and told the guys that they should get back to their cabin and said their goodbyes. When they got back to their cabin, they all talked about how freaky that was and expressed concern for the drunk guy. They then moved on to other topics of conversation and forgot about it for the time being. A few hours later, sometime in the middle of the night, they heard a loud bang coming from the direction of their neighbor's cabin. Shortly after this, a brigade of cop cars showed up to the scene. One officer came to my friend's cabin and started asking them questions about the cabin they visited earlier that night. When my friend asked the officer what happened, he explained that the kid had ended his existence in front of his friends. They weren't able to discern if it was accidental or otherwise. My friend to this day still has post-traumatic stress disorder over this incident and explained that she rarely ever goes camping anymore.
Case notes for the creepy file number 56. The Cabin of Mortis. So I'd chalk this up, for me personally, as another example of why I don't drink alcohol. I don't want to lose my faculties, my governing centers. They say that when you drink alcohol, the true you comes out. And for me, that's fine. I did have one shot of Goldschlager a long time ago, and all I did was just laugh a lot, so apparently I like to laugh. But it still reduces your inhibitions and control centers. Drinking alcohol when you're gambling, for instance. There's a reason there's a lot of alcohol in casinos. Plus, I also hate the taste. It was smart of your friend, though, to get you out. Seeing the signs and where they're pointing. I guess they're pretty big signs, though. Bright neon. Danger. Crazy. Run. It is sad for him, though. He didn't end up hurting anyone else, just himself. Maybe he was internally very sad.
Creepy file number 57, written by Illustrious Map 5605, the creepiest of coffee runs. My boyfriend and I were out of town visiting some friends and spent all day out with them. On our way back home, we stopped by a gas station close to midnight. While my boyfriend was filling gas, we were still about an hour away from home, so I offered to get I don't mind coffee. He just said no, but I ignored and offered anyway. Going into the store, I walked over to the coffee counter, and when I pulled out a cup from the stacks, I turned to grab some creamer and scrolled through my phone when my cup was knocked over. I simply just bent down to pick it up before I heard an iPhone camera go off. I froze for a second before getting up and turned to find some guy in a camp hoodie. I swore I was by the coffee counter by myself, but I was pretty busy with my phone too. For reference, I'm a pretty small girl, 5'1", with a kid face, if I don't have my makeup on. And this man was probably 6'2", looked to be either homeless or an addict. Hey kid, it's pretty late, huh? Mom forgot she left you behind? Don't worry, I got a large pickup and I can take you home. The store was empty besides us, even the clerk was in the back, and I'm guessing the man thought I was alone because the gas pumps are places outside where it's not able to be seen out the door. He literally reached for my face, and I started to have flashbacks to when I was a kid. Another story for another time. I felt his dry hands touch my chin, and instantly, fight or flight kicked in. I don't know why, but I kicked the man in the leg as it did nothing, before I ran out of the station. I had to crouch down to let myself puke. I used my sleeve to clean off my mouth before I limped back to my boyfriend, who saw me hugging my stomach and ran up to me. He knows me too well, as well as my history, and suspected I was a victim. He took me into his car and told me to wait, but I bursted into tears and just begged him to go home. Thankfully, he listened and we headed back. I told him what happened and he was upset that I went inside when he said no, but I was able to relax. I still felt so uneasy because even though I'm an adult, I felt like a kid in front of that man and I really had no idea why I didn't move till I did.
Case notes for the creepy file number 57, the creepiest of coffee runs. So I just want to say, don't blame yourself. Everyone reacts differently where there's situations of extreme danger or potential danger. Fight or flight, but there's also freezing. A lot of people just freeze up. And it's not your fault. It's entirely normal. We're not built to deal with encounters like that. It's messed up. It's not your fault at all. And it doesn't make you any less of an adult. I do find it funny though, you just kicked him in the leg and bolted. Maybe aim for between the legs next time? That'll be more effective. Hopefully there is no next time though.
Case file number 811, written by Gruntled Girl. How dare the universe steal my fish and bacon? The other day, my husband went to get a new goldfish to join our tank. He ended up getting 2. Translation problems. We live in Vietnam. 2 black Moors to join Frank, the other black Moor, and Hot Dog, the catfish. I saw 2 in the bag and was surprised. I asked him why he decided to get 2 and he said the lady misunderstood him. So we put the bag with 2 goldfish into the tank and let the water temperature acclimatize. A little while later, we opened it up and 1 goldfish swam out. Paranoid, we searched the filter system, the ground and surface surrounding the tank, even though the bag was partially submerged when we opened it, and found nothing. Hot dog, greedy bastard though he is much too small to swallow an entire Blackmore whole. I tried to rationalize it as the folds in the plastic bag containing the fish made us see double, but we had both clearly seen them swimming in different manners and directions. It's been about a week, and we definitely have 2, not 3, goldfish. Just a few nights later, I'm making a late night snack for my husband. I take out exactly 3 pieces of bacon, thinking they'll perfectly fit the bacon, cheese, and jalapeno melt that is the end goal. I specifically remember the number of pieces as they were intentionally planned to fit the sandwich. I turn away to butter the bread for the sandwich, and when I look back, there are 2 slices of bacon. Husband is playing Elden Ring, boss fight online, so I know he's not sneaking half-cooked pieces of bacon from the pan in the kitchen. Plus, he only likes extra crispy bacon. Are we both going mad? Do we have a hungry poltergeist? My gran always said things happen in 3, so just waiting for a fried egg or a cup of tea or one of my piano keys to disappear now.
Case notes for file 811. How dare the universe steal my fish and bacon? Okay, so let's be honest. I can understand that these extra-dimensional entities may want to steal bacon. It's probably the most sensible thing they've ever done, that I've read anyways. The fish, fish is decent, but those, it's too small for anything. Plus it's kinda sad to think about eating a fish in that context. One of those alive things that we keep as pets but also eat. Kinda strange, right? Ultimately, I do prefer a dog. Even cats just meander and wander around and do their own thing. Dog is just like always there. Mr. Ben is happy. Just fed him before I recorded this. If your fish does come back though, I hope it's within water and not just out in the air for it to suffocate. That's terrible.
Case file number 812, written by Birthing Burgers. I got 99 bananas, but a glitch is one. I was laying in bed at 8 in the morning. No TV, no phone, nothing on at all. Then, all of a sudden, I hear the name Ellen. No one else lives here. There was no one else, so I checked the entire house. It was a full, rounded woman's voice. Just freaked me out. Whatever spooky thing happened, I'll be fine. I relaxed until about 4 and went to go buy some alcohol. It's spring break and I'm definitely getting drunk tonight, especially now. Well, I walk into the liquor store, purchase some beer and some 99 bananas. Register guy checks my ID despite knowing me and says he has to start checking since he got in trouble. Get in my car and start to drive home. I start to think, man, that voice Ellen thing was strange this morning. Somehow, I don't know how in this tomfrickery, I flash. Teleport back in space-time. Glitch? Back to driving, to the liquor store. I look over in my passenger seat and there's no beer or 99 bananas. I pull in, park, wonder if I daydreamed it. I go back into the liquor store. You know what they don't have? 99 bananas. The dude said he ran out like 2 days ago and told me he'd have more in by November. What the hell? I just bought a bottle and they were stocked with multiple more bottles on the shelf. So I got a different drink. I go to purchase them and pull out my ID. By the way, I'm 21 looking 17, so it makes sense. And the clerk goes something like, "Nah dog, you're good, I know you." I go home paying extra attention to my surroundings and the liquor in my passenger seat. I get into my house and there on my counter is the 6-pack and the 99 bananas. I still have the other though. This is impossible. If he sold out 2 days ago, how did I get that? When did I get that? How did it get here? I live 20 minutes away from the liquor store. I didn't just forget the drive. It was an instant teleport feeling thing. I don't know, I'm weirded out. Last part of the story is when I start drinking a beer and get on Reddit, my first notification was recommended for this sub. I'm a little spooked.
Case notes for file 812. I got 99 bananas, but a glitch is one. So I was reading along just thinking, okay, yeah, another case of quantum immortality. Always like reading those. But then you get home and the twist hits. There is alcohol there. So presumably you did actually go and get it, and somehow your memory was wiped, you went back. But there are signs where it is a different universe. In the store clerk not asking for your ID and not really remembering that you just were there 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago. plus being out of alcohol, though that's potentially possible that you just bought the last one. But the fact that he didn't ask for your ID, didn't even mention that, oh, you're back all so soon, that was quick drinking. Plus, you shouldn't be driving after you drink, so none of that makes sense. There are signs that this is a quantum immortality glitch, but also not. So I'm kind of stumped. I'm not sure. Misallocated memory? Maybe you did go, but a different day? Like a faulty buffer? Very, very cool glitch though. I'm not sure on that one.
Bonus file written by Birthing Burgers. The Cultist Operational Headquarters. I live in Oklahoma. In the part of the state I'm from, there have always been rumors about this Catholic church in the middle of nowhere. 30 minutes from the closest town, and that town itself isn't even on the maps. Huge Catholic church, beautiful windows, crosses and all. But no one goes there, only priests and monks live there, and I assume no one else is really welcome. There's also a big cemetery connected to it with a black metal gate around it. Friday, September 23rd, 11 p.m. I and 3 friends decided to go look around the cemetery because hey, it's Friday and it's late and creepy. Normal spooky season shenanigans. We're looking around, gravestones, mausoleums from the 1910s, cool stuff. One of my buddies noticed a kinda hidden little path, just overgrown grass and debris in front of it. We go down, maybe almost a mile, and the path comes to an end in a clearing in the woods. What do we see? Another cemetery. This struck me because there's no roads or clear paths out here. How odd. Anyways, we find a path through the woods out to the right of the cemetery and head down it. Not even half a mile, I noticed drums, and everyone else noticed it once I pointed it out, like those big boom, 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 boom type drums, but they had a rhythm. We all thought how insanely weird that was because of how far out we were. Not even another 500 feet, and glowing lights through the trees appeared. I said screw that and demanded we leave, so we did. I ran because I was a baby. Saturday, October 1st, 1 a.m. So my buddies talked me into going back. We thought about bringing weapons, but decided not to. As we were going out there, we noticed tons of fresh footprints all throughout the trail from the second cemetery to where we decided to run from. That was creepy as hell to me. When we finally got to where the lights were, there was no light, no sound, no one. Just 2 buildings. The first was a small stone temple-looking building, not very big at all. The second looked like an 1890s abandoned house. The stone building had a wooden door that had a fat padlock on it. There was some other language on the door, just a single word. My friend kicked the weak wooden door till it split from the wall. Not something I wanted to do, but he did so before I could react. Inside, there was an 8-foot by 8-foot pentagram, with the candles in all the places you see in scary movies, unlit. Random words painted on the walls, little figurines of animals, and at the back of the room a small satanic statue, maybe like a foot big. On the second floor, there wasn't much. Cups, plates, lighters, red nail polish, and a couple of jars with crystals and salts and liquids in them. 2 tiny rooms stacked on top of the other. What really creeped me out was there was a cowl with a hood, like the monks I've seen wearing. Second building was a house, a little bigger than the stone building, but completely empty. 2 stories, swept floor, closed, non-broken windows, functioning door. There was an attic, but we couldn't get into it. Definitely a super old house. Anyways, we left after checking it all out. I want to know what y'all think of this. This part is for people who believe in spiritual stuff. I usually feel presence and energy better than my friends. I definitely felt something no good, terrible, and bad before we even got there.
Case notes on the bonus file. The Cultist Operational Headquarters. So let's be real here. Outside of the supernatural, humans can be the creepiest thing we know, and even compete with certain supernatural entities. I don't know if what you found was some sort of local prank, or something designed for tourists, or an actual satanic cult. But given how far away it is from everyone else, and a town that isn't even marked on a map, I guess I'm leaning more towards the ladder. And then you ask yourself, did they actually manage to summon some entity into the world? We all know now about the Bohemian Grove rituals. So it's not unusual, and it's very true. There are people and groups out there that worship evil. Very disturbing.